This is one of those songs where I need to find a way how to play spot. Actually, can I? Hold on. Can I play Spotify through Roll20? No, you must use built-in audio tools to upload your own audio files. How? Workarounds to use Spotify with your group. Share links. Oh, how would I do that? How would I do that? Man, this would be such a good song to just put the group into like an adventure. Oh man. Well, welcome in, Silver. I mean, it's also entirely that it's a Celtic song, or like it's within the Celtic vibes. I can't. Musica relajante. What? It's definitely got it's got a Celtic cover, so I imagine it's written for the Celtic vibes. It's even got like the forest, not even like fairies and stuff, but just kind of showing off, uh, like the natural forest vibes. And then the bears attack. You know, that kind of thing. It also kind of reminds me of the second Pokemon movie with Lugia, which I realized, wait, does Ho-Oh not have a movie? Hold on a minute. What? Pokemon movie? I choose you. Wait, Pokemon movie. Isn't that just when Ash gets his new? Get out of here. When was this? 2017? What do you mean? Was this when Ash first? That's literally just the remaking of the first episode, which was great, by the way. Why the heck didn't Ho never got a movie? That's sad. That hurts my soul. My boy. My boy. It's even funnier that they got the wrong Pokemon. They were showing Articuno. How'd they mess that up? Didn't he die in one? He dies in quite a few of them. He straight up dies in a number of the Pokemon movies. I think he's one of the only few trainers I know of that get to die and live. Maybe that's why he just stays 10 years old. And that's why everyone tends to think that the entire show is a dream because he doesn't age for 25 years. I need to let people understand this motherfucker has not been going into competitions for the span of he has not gone into competitions for the span of years. He's gone through competitions through the span of year. That's Ash. His entire timeline does not make sense. Like him meeting people and then you know what? Maybe it's just like that Doctor Who episode where uh like the 12th Doctor and River Song were like, "Whoa, it's you spend your final night in the singing towers of the thingy," and he's like, "What? How long does a night last on this planet? 25 years, right? Like that's the timeline of the Pokemon world. How long between each Pokemon League? I'm I'm looking it up. I look it up. Scheduled to take place once every 3 years. So in universe lore, major regional competitions like the Indigo League occur a strict 3 year cycle. specializing event. So this dude has been rushing through league after league until he finally competed in a single year. In a single year, he has been racing through how many on leagues has Ash Ketchum been in? He has been in 7 regional leagues, including the Orange League Challenge, which was not necessarily a Pokemon League. He had to challenge the Orange Islands, which is like a series of what's it called? Not necessarily battles, which would have been so cool in the games, and I'm so mad that we never got it, considering one of them was a race, right? Uh, and then the Masters 8 tournament. Wow. His career, he won 3 major championship titles. The Orange League, he won the Alola League. But those are not even like official, except for the 8 World Coronation tournament. That was sick. The Silver Conference with Johto? Oh my god. Oh, here we go. This is how I warm up. This is how I get my thoughts ready for tonight. It's talking about Pokemon because now I'm curious because this doesn't make any sense. He's been in how many of these, and they're each at least they're all at least within a 3-year cycle. In which case, everyone. This means that every Pokemon trainer is kind of insane for participate. No, he's kind of just insane for a 10-year-old kid who just started out that very same year to participate in 7 major leagues. What do you mean get ready? Honestly, that's fair. It's this is wait. Ash is actually kind of a psychopath. He's just a battle freak. That's what he is. Hatchum. Many Pokemon in 1 year. Because by the time he gets into Alola, he's finally 11 years old. You running joke. Yeah, famously highlighted with the narrative restated years after he'd already conquered multiple regional leagues. Yeah. Uses a floating timeline. Characters do not age, so the series can keep running. Yeah. Sure. But, but, hear me out. You know what? Maybe he does actually have a closer to like a video game timeline than we all didn't realize. Because technically, the trainers, the people who play Pokemon, uh, technically they're kind of a crazy upstart for going through the gyms and then going to the league itself. So maybe it does stand to reason that Ash can do that because he does train Pokemon. Like he does have that plot armor. He really do, but it's also just like it's wild to think it's like this planet has to have a ridiculous amount of time between each year because he has to travel on foot most of the time and meeting people, and they're all kind of racing towards the the each Pokemon League. And mind you, some people also don't have to like you can go the gym route, the battle route, or you can go the academic route, which many people go through the academic route to participate in Pokemon League. But ultimately they tend to fail because their practical battle sense is different than their street smarts are not up to snuff with their book smarts, which is I that was honestly a fun. How do I say this? It was a fun, not notion, a fun like piece of call out from the show to be like, okay, what about the people who like why what is the point of Pokemon schools? And it's like what is the difference between trainers? And the truth is that trainers have to kind of go out and like they don't have no trainers don't have to go through the Pokemon leagues. They go through the Pokemon leagues every few years, or at least if they stay in their region, then they can participate into that. But if they travel, yeah, then they get surprise amenities. Wait, that's crazy. Hold on, my brain is. I cannot get sucked into this. I'm going to get like I should not get sucked into the Pokemon the cultures of the Pokemon world because the way things function in a Pokemon world is actually really interesting to me. It's just confusing as hell. Hey Corvo, how you here? How you here, Corvo? I know you're at the karaoke because I'm also lurking at the karaoke. I am imploding. I am. Thank you for the hydrate. So we kind of just starting, and I'm already kind of going insane, all because of Pokemon. Stretch. Yeah, you're right. It is time for some push-ups, not push-ups, for some pull-ups. I do gotta crack my back for some pull-ups. But look at you just highlighting the message. Oh boy. Let me see. Yeah, hold on. Let me do a pull-up real quick. But yeah, no. Boy, I do want to run Pokemon as a TRPG someday. So this is an interesting thought, right? Because wait, okay, that's different. Because it's kind of wild to think about how the economy and like the political and even the maybe not socioeconomics. Well, maybe I think that follows it through. Oh no, I've already stood up. Oh no, this is not the topic I want to do tonight. But here I am for now. We're here at the beginning. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But it's just like the services provided to for and or by Pokemon trainers is one, you have to be a minimum of 10 years old to become a Pokemon trainer to get your first Pokemon, right? And they're just like, let them through. It's their time to journey into the world. Ah, yeah. Also, they technically have no money. Um, so what do we do about that, government? Right? Like, what do we do about these? What do we do about these youths that are now allowed to just not only befriend but actively train these mutated animals and insects and even like living constructs, right? These living and or possessed or sometimes even manifested ghosts of otherworldly beings. how do we help them not only grow up but also travel around the world and also you know help not help them but like kind of help manage um not just their abilities but like the amount of energy that a 10-year-old kid can have, and especially like let's face it, like anyone who's like the IQ of kids in a Pokemon world are surprisingly incredible, right? It's surprisingly incredible. Pokemon has so much political intrigue potential. Its narrative, but Nintendo are cowards. Yeah, Game Freak had it correct. Game Freak had it right, and it's crazy age to go out all alone, right? And yet they do it. These are 10-year-old kids who just go out and be like, I want to choose my very first Pokemon. Who's my professor? And it's just like, well, I mean, what's crazy is 10 years old is when you're allowed to finally wield your Pokeballs. or officially become a Pokemon trainer, like get your Pokemon trainer license, right? And that's also how you register. Like, it's one thing to have your badges; it's another to actually register it into your Pokemon trainer badge so that you can be recognized within the league, right? And the league is one ways to like. There's the league, then there's the Pokemon competitions, like the Pokemon like beauty pageant contests, which are super cool as heck. I actually love them. And I wish that I wish that they took them a little bit further in the Pokemon games. Like, first of all, you can't just introduce like the there's so much but yeah, starting down, you have these youths just running around, right? And the government has to find a way to be like, we don't want to hold them back because they have to learn how to coexist with the Pokemon. And two, if we try to hold them back from these, they will eventually learn the wrong lessons from like more suspicious groups like Team Rocket, Team Aqua, Magma, whichever one, right? And then there are dropout like Team Skull. He said, "Hold on, because this is the topic right now until I actually get into the main topic. Let me go to this. Oh, now it's Misty's song. Oh, no, no, it's not Misty's song. It's The Time Has Come. This is Pikachu's goodbye song. This is the song when in the first season that they really pulled the. First of all, they went hard on this album, and I'm so happy for them. I wish they made more, but it's crazy how the government in the various regions is also just like, let's all agree that if we the one way or another, these like the people of this world have just completely integrated with Pokemon in their lifestyle. And if we don't allow children to get accustomed to them, even at an early age, they will like we might have a hold on, the music music ended louder than like we might have that more cases of people mistreating Pokemon or exploiting them for things that you really shouldn't, or worse. There's no laws against it, Batman. I'm kidding. Actually, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. There are more stories of that, and Pokemon's a lot darker than people think. But it's like not the goodbye song. Oh man, I never fully sang this song. I always forget that this part exists. Ditto. Yup. Which is crazy that Pokopia exists, and I hope it's canon. Ooh, in the future. If they didn't have this with Ditto for the Pokopia song, the time has come. This is in karaoke, but yeah, right? It's V. Oh, you guys came at a strange moment of. Actually, maybe it's a very. Welcome in, guys. It's so funny that you guys are coming in, and in my background is the Pikachu's goodbye song. Welcome in, V. Welcome in, Dragon Age. Well. I hope stream was fun. I hope you guys had a great time. My name is Shaved Tomato. I am here at my tavern, the Yapping Porthole. Tonight I'll be talking more about D&D, but right now, as we're kind of just getting started, I'm getting my imagination out. I am talking about Pokemon because I don't know. We somehow and I well no not we somehow. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow, the reeling demon. I yeah. So tonight I'm gonna be talking more about D&D and some other topics. However, as for now, the topic, because it's only been 20 minutes in, is one, how crazy it is that Ash Ketchum, 10-year-old boy, began his journey, one, with a Pikachu, and two, went into a single year of participating not only onto the 7 major Pokemon leagues, right? The Orange Leagues, the Battle Towers and stuff, but ended up in multiple movies and grand adventures in a single year. He was just triggered by hyperfixation. Ash was incredibly built driven, which is crazy because he's also stolen a boat with Brock. That's so funny. Uh, he's for a 10-year-old kid, he's gone through way more than most people on that planet, and has found out many parts, like many things about himself. One, that he has the ability to become an aura user. That's crazy. Through hands with Mewtwo, right? He's also died multiple times. Hey, thank you for have a good lurk. Yeah, it's all good. If anyone has to raid and run, you're more than welcome to. I'm losing my mind because, again, he has technically died multiple times within the span of a single year. I don't even know if he's ever fully told his mom. And because one of them he has no recollection of because of the Mewtwo movie, where he's just like, wow, how was your adventures, Ash? Hey, Mom, I've died a few times. Tanks, Thunderbolts from Pikachu. Right? It doesn't make any sense. How is he even doing this? And he's connected with multiple Pokemon. You've got Lucario, he's met Mew, he's met many deity like Pokemon, right? And he's just like, wow, that's a cool Pokemon. Well, back to business. let's just go to the next Pokemon League. That's not a Pokemon League, and I didn't catch it with a Pokeball. Ain't my business. I gotta keep going. That's what we gotta do. And then another one in a single year, he pulls. He pulls. What I'm saying. I still remember one of the what's it called? Not the battle pyramid, but in that challenge, right? There was that one leader who is just straight up a psychic. She can read not only auras, but she can read minds of the Pokemon that she comes into contact with, as well as people. And then Ash just has so much trust by the end of the episode that he and Pikachu are just completely in sync. Something that I've always loved that they kind of played more on with Ash and Greninja. But at the end of the episode 2, he's like, well, maybe I can read minds. And the girl's like, nah, yeah, maybe. It's like, nah, if you could, I would have been so cooked. I would have been so exposed, buddy. No, because she had a crush on Ash. And I'm like, damn, you just met this kid like a day ago. Reminder, Pikachu's Thunderbolt can go up to 1,000 volts. Maybe Ash's dad is just like, Ash does have Riz, which is even, it's so funny. But right, like, who the heck is Ash's dad for this dude to tank so much shit, and also like his dad has to be friggin' Arceus or something at this point, like one of Arceus' human avatars, because there is no way this dude. That would also explain why he's just constantly 10 years old. He ages slower than everybody else. No, but it's like he doesn't turn 11 until the Alola region, which was after XYZ, and he's just like, well, I did have to take a break from XYZ because I did just get used as straight up like a science experiment right? And which B the gym leader does. Oh my god, Dad probably wrestles my champs for fun. Yeah, yeah, dude. There's it's not to mention you have that right. And like I said, I was talking about before the Raiders kind of came in also, which just to make sure, welcome in guys. I'm Shave the Middle. I'm a variety streamer, but I'm also the proprietor of the Yapping Porthole. Every Thursday around this time, uh, I tend to yap about D&D either solo or usually have a guest to kind of get to know their stories, their experiences with D&D, and just kind of have fun, right? But right now, Pokemons. Sparring with a four-arm Pokemon that can suplex boulders is insane. Can we also just acknowledge the fact that there are legitimate espers in the world of Pokemon? Right? There are people. You have Sabrina, almost, and you have uh the psychic lady who the purple hair that likes Ash. That I totally forget her name. But you just have these people around. You even have ghost Pokemon who take such a bond. Not even ghost Pokemon. It's a Ninetales that ended up disguising itself as a human, and Brock totally fell for them. Oh man, there's the ghost and psychic aspect of this world is absolutely insane. Hex Maniac talks and hangs around ghosts. Oh my god. Ash pulled a Latias. Right, he did pull a Latias. He pulled them both. He pulled a human and a Latias who like to pretend that they're twins. And they never got to tell us. They let you think that it's just like, wait, she took off her hat. Oh no. It's Misty's song. She was a I don't know if you've ever got to hear Misty's song. Misty has an R&B song. This is so funny. I love the first album, dude. Oh man, I I will never not love the fact that they did so much for this first album, and I think the second album as well. Because I need it's this. Misty Loki should have slapped that damn Psyduck for rage baiting her. Still love my headaches. I do too. Do you remember the there was a Golduck who just liked pretty girls. He just liked impressing girls to the point where Psyduck fell into the water and appeared somewhere else for a good amount of time. And this Golduck didn't even bother explaining, right? Like, one, it can't communicate. He was just like, "What's up, girl? Hey, I'm here to impress you," and then let Misty believe that her Psyduck had evolved into a Golduck and that he was the coolest thing. And it turns out, yo, we just have a fuckboy Golduck. Because by the end of that episode, it was just like, girls, I'm over there. And the can we just like I forgot that he has a Golduck. But also, how that Golduck, yo, those girls ate up that Golduck. That's all I'm saying. All right, like we just accepted that Golduck was a total like he was a total flirt, and two that the humans he kept hitting on just accepted it. Krogunk was dude. His Krogunk was his Krogunk and his Happini are absolutely hilarious existences. Their entire team, like every team that Ash just ends up with, just does not make sense in the slightest. Like in the grand scheme of Pokemon. But they're amazing. I love that they give them such personality. Not to mention, oh dude, One, I play Pokemon Go. I managed to hatch a Happiny with perfect IVs. So you know I had to turn it into Brock's Happiny. There was no way I was not dedicating that one, because that is that Happiny was that thing could lift. I also love how Ash's Gibble, when it uses Draco Meteor, always aim bots Piplup. Hey guys, we're lost in the cave. Draco Meteor, follow it, and it led them to Piplup. It's so funny. I definitely love the gags of the show. But yeah, no, it's the kind of going in on the world of it is so interesting to me, because again, you have legitimate psychic users, and then you have aura users. It's funny that I get to tie this into D&D, because I do want to run a D&D campaign with Pokemon at someday. Maybe I could, rather than Pokemon, maybe I could use it with kids on brooms, because I feel like that one would probably fit more, right? But yeah, it's like you have people with legitimate supernatural powers, supernatural powers within the world of Pokemon. So technically, wow, wait, hold on a minute. That's true. Technically, people never really needed to. Uh, no, it's not that they never really needed to go with Pokemon. It's just that humans also evolved in this world in ways that are not necessarily expected. Sometimes even their resentful spirits actually come back from the dead, and they themselves become Pokemon. Looking at you, Yamask. And oh, that's so funny that this is the song that comes up right after it. It wasn't long, but it was fun. I once did a D&D campaign where it's Pokemon. Hey, oh man, I'm glad it was fun. Yamask catching strays. Yeah, but it's crazy, because if humans, one, the soul definitely exists in Pokemon, right? If those exist and they can go into a Pokemon, does it not also stand that there is the slightest chance that a Pokemon soul can also manifest or be reincarnated into that of a human, right? Like there's the fact that one, it can't just be a one way, right? Like unless it's explicitly said, the fact that they've already introduced, like, in Pokedex, like, matters, right? Like that it's more than likely possible for a human soul to get transferred into a Pokemon, in specifically a Yamask, then it stands to reason that there might be a way. Well, Porygon, that's literally a sentient AI, right? And then Porygon Z, I think it's canon that people can become Pokemon and vice versa, right? That's why I'm like, Ash's dad had to be a Pokemon. Had to be some sort of deity Pokemon or something. Ain't no way. That or Ho-Oh's, him seeing Ho-Oh really did grant him a blessing, because it had to. Oh man. But that's what's crazy to me, is two, that also, one, because people in Pokemon evolve. Humans improve their abilities and expand on their abilities, one, with their strength feats, both with aura and, like, Esper abilities, and their technological enhancements. Which leads me to ask, when Pokemon were first, when the evolutions started beginning on this planet, and Pokemon started becoming not only just like a form of mutation from the animals and the beasts and the insects and even the souls themselves, but they started manifesting from people's dreams, in fact, even, right? Because there are Pokemon that feed on dreams and even live in it. But once you have that, there had to have been many points in history before the current state of, before the current state of their life and coexistence with Pokemon. That there had to be various conflicts between humans and Pokemon. Then there's the whole humans and Pokemon used to marry each other thing, which is 100% canon in. Oh, for sure, right? One, because you even have a Ninetales who manifested itself as a human. Even if it was disguised, there are Pokemon who learn how to talk. Meowth is not the only one. And when you get there is so much within the bond between the humans and Pokemon that there ends up becoming like an overlap in between. And so you have various types of Pokemon now. But yeah, but when you have those, when you have these dangerous beings before they were able to train them, especially because like before like the first few Pokeballs had ever been made and the researches for them ever became a thing. Like mind you, Professor Oak wasn't the first professor or anything. He was just the one who developed the. He was just the one who I think developed the Pokedex, right? Uh, at least for the Kanto region for the most part. But there were multiple researchers long before that one, and with it, like there were definitely people who just did not accept Pokemon as like a life form. Right, that had to have been a thing, and so part of it is likely what caused them to evolve and manifest between like aura and like psychic abilities to fight against, and then eventually realizing that they probably could improve each other had they coexisted. And the journey there is interesting to me, and that's partly where I'd like to maybe throw in uh, a campaign, honestly, which is it's what is that with Poke where you have the game Pokemon Arceus? Was it was that Sword and Shield? No, was that I forget? Was that Galarian? No, it wasn't Galarian. That was Hisuian, right? That was the age of the Hisuian, or maybe somewhere around that area because I never actually got to play it. But that was then there's Pokemon where wars where most likely they used Pokemon as weapons for combat. Oh, they definitely did, and there are so many deaths in between, and that's also how you get the if you were going by the Pokemon X, Y, and Z versions of the game, right? Not the um, anime. Although I don't even know if that guy showed up in the anime, but if you were there in um, the the X and Y wars, which they did actually say that there were wars. There was that big tall dude with his. I want to say, was it a Flabebe? It was the one with the black flower, and that's where he lost his Pokemon. And then, but yeah, there was that. That was sick. But it's like that was just one of the many wars that had to have happened. And then we get to Pal World. No, I'm kidding. But I love it. The eventually, like what I was talking about before, like way early into the stream, is they eventually had to figure out a balance between one, the coexistence uh, of humans and Pokemon, and two, when the appropriate age was, which eventually ended up becoming 10 years old, for someone to become a Pokemon trainer to go out in the world and actually learn how to coexist with Pokemon, learn about the various regions, how Pokemon develop and evolve, and become a better trainer, or and to the point where sometimes proving yourself is in the form of participating in the contests, the leagues, becoming a leader of whatever faction gym that you uh be you become it, which is even crazier to me how someone becomes a Pokemon leader or how someone starts a Pokemon gym within a town or village, whichever place that they are. Because you got to see a little bit of that in the Alola. And then people don't just become gym leaders for the sake of like, I want to become a leader. And it's just like, they're very like usually very well respected people within the city or village that they exist in. Like people have to know them and they have to have a certain influence in the within the within the region. Yeah, the guy in AZ, a towering 3,000-year-old former king of the Kalos region. Yeah, that dude. He was a. I don't know if they explored his story more in AZ because I never played, but I did like that you got to see his cutscene in the beginning of X and Y. Let me see. What? But yeah, I forgot he was like that old. I forgot why he remained that age. I think it was like the technique that his Pokemon used, the black flowered Pokemon used, was like I think he got either caught in the blast or he ended up paying the price for it. Like everyone around them died, and he kind of absorbed the life force. Was that what it was? I completely forgot. He somehow, yeah, his Flabebe. And his Flabebe, I do remember like his Flabebe ended up dying at some point, and then he did get it back at least. But he hated humans for uh, he basically hated humans for that for what happened there. Oh man. But yeah, so you have that Eternal Flower Floette. Ah, okay, bet Floette. I totally forgot the name. I want it. I want it. They need to release it for the Pokemon Go. I want it. But yeah, no. It's like so the evolution of civilization between the wars into the modern day explorative one the again the explorative nature of trainers and how they get to know each other, how they end up taking those journeys and likely choosing their own career paths, and two, how the government like how the government has to be like, okay, these Pokemon centers are here to help trainers, right? And you still have the human hospitals, like the episode um, where Pikachu was choking on an apple. You think the government gives Pokemon the same human laws humans have? I think they definitely have different laws, but I think they might have some overlap, right? Ultimately, there's probably an acknowledgement like, hey, these there is a difference between uh there's a difference between the wild Pokemon and domesticated Pokemon and trained Pokemon, right? Like the trained Pokemon being the ones that are captured in a Pokeball, help to train, may be released later on, right? Like maybe released into the wild after finding a better habitat, or their trainers just for whatever reason release them. Two, there are those who are just wild, they're more feral, they may attack. And then three, there are those that tend to just integrate themselves into the human world. Look at I have no doubt that there probably is, right? One, because they can learn speech, which is again hilarious to Meowth, who spent his entire experience and levels into learning human speech so he could no longer learn any moves like Payday, which hurts, which kind of one that also kind of poses into question what level is Meowth if he can no longer evolve, right? Um, which means like he's either stuck at a high level and just can't reach any more experience, or he's just an anomaly. But yeah, there's got to be Pokemon that just decided to themselves, hey, I may not have the speech capabilities to communicate, but I have other ways of communicating. And there are people who definitely understand or can be in tune with Pokemon enough that they find a way to communicate. And Meowth definitely refused to evolve. He would never want to become a Persian. He wants to have the position of Persian with Giovanni, pampered, but he never wants to be a Persian. I see it as losing his jump. Oh, for sure. I actually agree. Especially considering the one his biggest love rival at the time was a Persian, and then you got to see later on that, oh wait, um, one, the girl never actually liked me, and two, um, this Persian actually really likes her. So it's actually a mutual emotion. Well, shit. I learned how to walk on two legs all over again. Exactly. His his other move. Oh, I think that's what it was. His other moves in his move set were one. He has scratch, but I think his other move slots in his actual move set got replaced by human abilities like speech, walking, and posture. Oh man, that's just fun. It's such a fun world to think about because there's so much to it, but we only ever really get to explore the like we get hints, right? We get hints of what people can do, which is so insane. By the way, a quadrupedal Pokemon forces itself to become a bipedal. Yeah, and communicating, which is it's also one of my favorite what is it called? One of my favorite episodes was the yearly Ghost Festival in Kanto, where there was the story of the lady who was waiting for her lover who went off to war and never came back. And she waited on that cliff for years until eventually she died and got petrified into a statue. Which one? Crazy work. And two, they reveal, yeah, no, she actually did become a ghost and she's just there. And a Ghastly, there's just a Ghastly who comes back into the human realm from the spirit realm every year. One, to prey on humans, right? To prey on humans, where he's like, he tricks them into killing themselves, want to gather more souls, but mostly at the same time to sell merchandise. Literally admitted to, I'll be back next year to gain more money from these poor saps. And he almost got James and Brock. But it's like, also, technically, Pikachu did talk that one movie. I totally forgot about that. I remember, I never watched that movie, but I remember someone taking a video from the movie theater where Pikachu talks, and the entire theater was just like, "What? What the fuck?" It's so funny. Oh man! Never mind. A cacturn will, in fact, wait until it's night, move in packs, and basically jump humans for either food, their stuff, their lives, just because. That sounds about right. Yeah, honestly, that sounds about right. Hell, there's a few criminal style Pokemon too, like Salandit, some other ones. There's a lot of thief Pokemon. Then you even have Berserker, which is the Meowth. Like you have the Meowth that goes even more feral, grows a beard, and then evolves into a whole ass Berserker, literally named Berserker, which grows an extra sharp claw. And I'm like, sick, sick. So they have the I there. Oh man, I did they already explore this? Droid, con. Oh my god, there's so many of you. Hold on. Duh. Welcome in. Duh. Duh. Whoa, wait. Pause a straight overlap. So thing, yeah. Hey guys, Elden Ring and Dead Space. What were you guys playing? Were you guys doing another archipelago? Woo! This nerd. Well, welcome in. I haven't even fully reached my D&D topic for tonight because for the last hour or so, I've been ex- having the thought exploration of Pokemon, the world of Pokemon, the insanity that is Ash, who has got to be one hell of a battle freak because the moment he became 10 years old, decided I'm going to fight everything that's just in my way and absolutely go on an XP grind until I go into the next Pokemon League and battles every Pokemon League that he can within each region that he's able to get to next within a span of a year, by the way. Trains new Pokemon for weeks until he reaches the next Pokemon competition. That's at least like what? Uh 1 month to train if you're thinking about it, right? Like if it follows the same timeline as Earth, it's got to be like 1 month to train Pokemon to end up in the Pokemon League, and then and then go to another region, and then go to do the same thing over and over again. That's crazy. Me and Vega Kurt were doing modded Elden Ring. Oh, I was gonna say like I don't know how you ended up in Dead Space. Me, the Pan in Dead Space, and me and Vega. Oh wow, so you guys separation. Wait, so you guys just ended up here at the same time? The fuck? How'd you guys time that? How? That's oh, y'all are crazy. That is actually there ever was. I wish I could do this rap, but I can't. I'm a fake Pokemon fan. Purely accidental. That's magical in its own way. Thank you guys again for the raid. One, if you guys have to raid and run, I fully understand. If anyone has not had a chance to check out Story Droid or Quetzalcoatl with the too many twos before Con and Droid are hilarious. They're also amazing. They're just if you have a chance to ever check them out, you should. They're hilarious. But yeah, I just like this song is in my head. Oh man, I'll find a way to segue into from Pokemon into my actual topic tonight, which is completely different. But right now, I'm loving exploring the implications that only ever really get hinted at from the show, right? Like they only ever touch on the subject, never fully exploring them, which makes it fun for you as a viewer and as a fan to kind of just think about. Which I was also going to ask, because Pokemon and humans can have a certain level of understanding, not just to each other, but also to themselves, there had to have been some sort of Pokemon city, like purely Pokemon. I would love for them to just explore the thought that there are Pokemon who built their own civilizations, even if it's hidden, right? Because they have the various Pokemon with those capabilities, and they wouldn't have a hard time doing it. Especially with the death cycle, many will choose to pass, and those are the ones who, uh, they're the Pokemon that choose to pass, and they're the souls that will never, that may go into the reincarnation aspect or just pass on completely. And then there are those who choose to stay and become ghost Pokemon, which also have the chance to, because they have a sense of immortality, right? Until they choose to pass, that they technically have the ability to carry with them the various knowledges, like, various information throughout the ages, either to humans or to other Pokemon, if they have their own city, like, or even like civilization, oh, settlements, whichever way, right? And then you even have the different Pokemon who have the status of like rulers. Like they're just you have Nido King, Nido Queen. You have different Pokemon that have ruler status. I would love to see that shit. That probably exists in the world of Pokopia, where humans no longer are a thing. But it's like, okay, how would that work? I'm interested in seeing how they have dialogue. Because we've even seen one, we know it's possible. Because there's the episode of Pokemon where the trainers lose sight of like Pikachu, Squirtle, Bulbasaur. They even meet up with Ekans and Coughing, and they all just communicate with each other. They just talk. Hell, you even have the various Christmas episodes. These are canon. They're not even just being like this would be an interesting thought, or maybe this is just what happens. No, 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 no. These actually happened. These actually happened. And it's like, I want to know more about that shit, right? We even have I'm also pretty. Isn't there that one Pokemon who's like, um, she's got those gears on her and she looks like a princess. Hell, you even have Diancie, and Mega Diancie. So she's also a princess Pokemon. Holy crap! These these just exist. These just exist. Holy crap! Oh man. But as we're slowly shifting into the topic of D&D, which I will have to go to the bathroom for a moment. Uh, Before that, one from a DM's perspective, this is where I'm at. This is how I choose to see um, what happens in a world, whatever world that I might be trying to think of for the players. This is what I like to explore uh, to see what is most likely happening. Not even at the closest proximity to whatever players are in, like, especially in my first in my Monday campaigns, where they're not even ready to explore the rest of the world yet, since they're only in Phandalin, which is um, from the Lost Mine of Phandelver module, right? They're still making their way back from their very first mini adventure arc, and it's like, this is how much it feels for you to get done within the span of in game leaving 6 days. Well, no, not even 6 days. Yeah, like almost 1 10 day or week beforehand, and now you're on your way back, and you have managed to do so much random stuff. That's how it feels like. So it feels like you're having the Pokemon experience, where time seems to move slower because you are actually moving slower and experiencing day after day. And two, for me, is trying to figure out for them what they don't see, which is how the world is trying to respond to not only their actions here and now in the campaign, but the actions they did before the campaign ever started. Everyone has their own backstory, and I wanted to ground them into the world. And so, with it, just like before Ash ever became, uh, ever became a Pokemon trainer, before the players ever get to set foot even in the world, shit just kind of happens, and that there's things in motion that they don't yet know of that I have to know of, and that makes sense within the near constant of the world, right? Both in events, one, there's the constants of magic, key, or psychic abilities, magic, um, like the shit just happens there, and for me, it's like I have to find ways to present a world that exists and hints to the players for them not to just get interested in the world itself, but also to be like, well, shit, okay, some things can only really be explained through here. And if you can't, if it's fun from far away and we want to explore it, I want to go in on that, right? And that's me, like to me, for me as a DM, to get them interested into these small little details, just in the same way that I'm interested in the little details outside of Ash Ketchum and his adventures, right? I have to, not have to, but I like, one, I'm not necessarily even obligated to as a DM. I just want to, because that's the shit I like. And if I can find a way to get them interested into those things. One, it helps me to let them create their own stories and adventures for themselves and find their way throughout the world and see what comes about, even if they have their own stories to tell, which will find a way to press forward, right? Like, one way or another, secrets come out. One way or another, truth will always, for better or worse, prevail for them or against them. And it's just like, consequences happen. The world has a way of setting balance to the shit anyone pulls. Even if your party isn't ultimately the, not chosen ones, but like isn't ultimately the ones to settle the conflict, they help pave the way for it. Right? Like Ash is not the only trainer in the world. They're not the only party that goes into groups. They just happen to be one of the many who tend to improve, and that's how they find their rivals, their friends, and like usually end up at the Pokemon League. Same way, the parties in various TRPGs, be it D&D, Cyberpunk, hell, Shadowrun, whichever one, they're not the only heroes, they're not the only criminals, they are not the only masterminds. And they're just the ones who hopefully have the chance to make it as far as they can to whatever journey or story that they're progressing to. And maybe if they're in it to save the world, then maybe they have that chance. Or maybe they're here to save the world from this threat, while a different party is fighting against another. In which case, you know, not every one region's hero is another region's villain, and not every hero is going to agree. Like, what? Not every party is going to agree with another, and you get to set those up as a DM and have fun, because it sets up for a lot of different scenarios. Like, okay, maybe they're not bad guys, but they are a stronger group who is racing against us to claim a thing that we need to fight a different guy. And if we succeed on this, then we get it. And if they succeed, they get it. And maybe they stop the one or the other, but maybe they save their land there while ours gets torn asunder. And it's like, all right, let's see what happens. Right? Like, those are things I find fun. But that's only one aspect of what I definitely want to talk about tonight. I'd like to explore that part a little more, but I think what I want to talk more about in tonight is actually within the player's aspect. But that'll be for when I get back from the bathroom, because right now I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. I've returned. I know it's fast. I washed my hands. Trust me. Wait, that sounds like it didn't. Wait, hold on. Wait. No, I actually did. But pause. No. For just kind of getting back. Uh, Welcome in. Technically, we are now, after an hour of stalling, officially entering the main topic of tonight. Ales at the Yapping Porthole. What to do in the shadows. Hopefully, it's a lot more organized than my usual streams where I tend to just ramble on, which I definitely will. But let's see how contained I can keep it. But yeah, tonight I wanted to touch on, or at least this week I wanted to touch on the subject of not so much the spotlight itself, where one of the bigger aspects of D&D is the spotlight itself. Everyone has their chance in the limelight. Everyone has their chance to be the cool character or have their character arc focused on them, where the role play tends to surround them more than the other players, and that the players tend to take the other play, like if you're not at the spotlight, especially for this arc, this scene, whichever way, whichever moment that this is happening for, getting to understand when it's time for you to take a step back, right? Like as a player and as a DM, when is it time for you to take a step back and let someone shine? How do you let someone shine? And when it is your turn to shine, how do you make the most of that moment? Right? How do you as a player give your character the most impactful moment? Not even just a scene, just the moment, having a line, like saying a line that hits harder than you either expected or even realized that you could, right? That your character may be the goofy character and they just say like the most badass thing in a moment. But while everyone has a chance in the spotlight, and while everyone has a way of sharing it, or at least I hope you have the self-awareness to share it, right? Because this is not a solo game unless it is specifically for that campaign, in which case, then it's a solo game. But when you're in a group table, the spotlight is on top of the entire party until it has to focus on one person, and you know, turn by turn, quote unquote turn can be as sharpened to the point of every six seconds within a round of combat, right? For each player and DM creature to just take their turn and do their thing. And then outside of combat, it's knowing how to pass the spotlight within a scene, not just like in the sense of like, I mean, if you're going through it from like an improv perspective, it's closer to not like a team sport where everyone has to pass the ball or someone has to make a goal. It's actually closer to just like hot potato, where you, instead of passing, like not just learning how to pass the ball to someone who can bring it home, all you're doing is taking a chance to receive the potato, you know, uh, and at the same time being ready to pass it on to someone else so that you actually not necessarily have it for less time, but that that you're gonna get the hot potato. You just have to think beforehand whom to pass it to or how or when, right? Like that's kind of where you go within passing the spotlight. But tonight, what I do want to explore more is what happens when the spotlight's not on you, right? Like not even as a like where I was talking about before is the spotlight of the campaign that the players get to see is what I as a DM present to them. But what happens behind the scenes, what they don't get to know, and the slow plans that I get to make for them, whether it's a big reveal or even if it's just made up on the spot due to an idea that someone else comes up with, and I said, bet that sounds fun, let's do it. Right? Those are things that they never get to see behind the screen. But as a player, this kind of goes a little bit more differently, right? Like you're not just, yes, you are passing the spotlight to someone else. You are giving another player and another character a chance to to shine and show their personality, both. Again, like it'll always split between player and character, right? But you give each other as players the chance to showcase each other's abilities, either together, apart, or however which way it presents itself to the story. Like when you have, let's say for instance, you have a moment where the DM clearly hints, not even necessarily clearly, but like they're essentially throwing a bone to the party. Hey, you have this little challenge in front of you. You have the most appropriate character within the team with the right set of tools and the right set of abilities, spells, knowledge, whichever which way, to tackle this problem that I'm presenting you with in the fastest or the like the highest bonus possible, like the easiest possible way to do so. The question is, do you as a player or as a party choose to answer the DM's question or problem in the most straightforward way, or do you choose to take uh, a bit more spicy, right? Like, do you choose to like how do you tackle these moments together? And that's what I uh what's it called? Like, do you one take the obvious route again, the most straightforward, and let the strongest, most appropriate character within the party tackle this problem? Oh wow, you have a puzzle that requires you to solve magic, maybe an arcana check. Okay, bet that's where the wizard, the artificer, the sorcerer, probably, maybe even the bard if they have a historical knowledge. Let's have them tackle it, right? Or the wizard has the most intelligence. Let's do it. They have the highest bonus to do this. Or do you take? I wouldn't necessarily say more interesting, but maybe more interesting character wise if you choose to let it be. Uh, to let someone else take that chance to do the problem solving instead of that character, right? Like okay, yes, in this moment, the smartest person, smartest or wisest person might be the best uh, option to help solve this. But what if it makes more sense character wise to let this player's character have a chance to tackle this problem? What if they had like, okay, would it not be funny? Like, is it like, you could do it just for kicks. You could do it just because it's funny, and then have a chance of success. Right? Like, okay, the intelligent or wise character would be the best option here. But if you let the barbarian or the fighter or even the bard or the other people who are technically the quote unquote wrong tool for the job, and see if they can actually do it, because either just for kicks because it's funny, or like I said, maybe it just fits for them. Maybe they needed a chance to show off their personality, that they're smarter than they look. Maybe this character has been feeling stupid, and the other players and player characters have kind of noticed that they haven't really had a chance to either shine or show the rest what they can actually do. So maybe they choose to work on it together, to grant that player and character some sort of advantage to help them succeed, or even just showcase this is the type of people that we are. Uh, we don't just take this chance to show off that we're the smartest one in the room, or that we have the are most capable. We actually take this chance to help one another. Maybe we show each other that, okay, I'm willing to work with you. You are not equipped to do this, but you need to be for later. Maybe you need that knowledge later. And story wise, ability wise, probably does nothing, right? But at the same time, it's how a character and or maybe even a person even grows together to become closer as a party, right? To know who has your back and who has your best interest in mind, and also who's willing to let you be the person you can be, right? Like, do you how do you believe in each other? Corny as hell, but it's aspects of the game that can't really be tied down to rules. It's just more about experience, right? And that's in the in the sense of where that is tonight. How do you reach those kinds of conclusions as a player? How do you decide when is it your turn to take a step back, even if technically the spotlight should be on you here and now, even though this either the GM or another player is like, we have a thing that you're totally the best at. We have a thing that you're going to be amazing at to complete. When do you, as a player, decide, yes, you're right. I am the best one for this moment. But how about that guy? Right? Like, how do you either deflect the spotlight to someone else? How do you take a moment to stand in the light, say a few lines, and say, that's amazing, double it and pass it to the next guy? Which is another player. Again, maybe you work together to find a new solution or make an interesting point. Maybe again, maybe even craft something completely new and unexpected, and see where it goes. Right? Because not every story has to be linear, and you are as much as a player, as much a writer of this story as a GM is in, you know, as much as a GM is, and then presenting it, right? And then I forgot where it was that I watched the video where it's healthy as a player to have the mindset of a GM, and as a GM to have the mindset as a player. So that one, you can be aware of the, as a GM, you have the awareness of the player's desires, what is their most likely actions, and as well as what is most fun, and maybe who is receiving the appropriate amount of time in the spotlight or not, and how to include each other. And as a player, how do you present your character better to the other players? How do you make it so that they're far more collaborative than you otherwise would have? So that you're not just playing in a table alone with other players, right? There's a difference between playing in a table where your character is essentially just a solo, it's just a solo character who happens to be in a team, not even a team, who just happens to be surrounded with other people, as opposed to a group that has managed to overcome their differences and become cohesive. Like they actually move as a unit. I think that's also one of the more fun parts of the journey is getting to learn when, or getting to the part of the journey, hopefully, if the party vibes and the table vibes are just that clean, the moment where they stop becoming just a group of people and they actually start working together as a team. Because part of role playing is, even in games like Overwatch and stuff, is getting to know what your role is in the party. Are you the healer, the tank, the front man, like the vanguard, or are you the backline? uh which part are you in? The are you, maybe your utility support, which, what is your role in the party? And at the same time, there's the social aspect of it, as uh you know are you the face of the group? Are you the one who has the information? Do you carry the histories, the knowledges? Do you have the uh maybe you have the connections with other people or with other factions that the other party members don't, but you don't have the charisma to actually talk your way into using those facilities, which the face would. Or maybe you're the driver, you're the guy who helps not only keep the party on this, like, on the clear path, right? Of like goal oriented. Uh, maybe you're the leader, right? And the leader does not have to be the face, but maybe you're the one who helps the party decide, like, okay, we've just done this thing. Let's decide where the frick we're going next. What is the next course of action right now, right? And each of these are taken into consideration for as a player. I think they should be taken into consideration for what is your next move, right? Like once you figure out kind of your role in the party, do you stick with that role? Do you let it bleed onto another? Do you have it work together with another person so that it's not static and ever changing? Or maybe you do just keep it static. And at the same time, what do you do? Like, how do these little aspects of the game and of your character help you to, again, decide when to take the forefront into the scene or when to take a step back? And then where I actually really want to explore is what do you do after you take a step back? The game just continues when you're taking a step back, right? Like the play continues when the spotlight is on the main actors. If you decide to let someone else have the spotlight, it's not like you don't have to do anything. It's not like you stop thinking about your next move. And it's also not like you're not just waiting for your turn to speak. No, you're just like a DM who is waiting for the players to kind of finish when they're, committing to their actions, taking in this, taking the scene in stride and then deciding for themselves as the dungeon master when to interject and let the world respond. What do you do as a player in the same way to decide, here's when I'm going to interject, here's when I'm going to give a supporting role, here's when I might jump in to see if either maybe I can take the lead or offer the chance to give uh, either counsel to the character who is having the scene, if the scene is to be more focused on them, or offer that player and character a way out of the scene so that they can then take a cooldown to think of their next move while you have a chance to not just break the pace of the scene, right? So that everyone kind of stays interested, but also to allow uh, the world and the scene to stay alive, right? Like if we're all just having the same scene over and over again, and you just talk in circles, which unfortunately I've had the guilty chance of doing so, even in like a role play server where we end up talking in circles for over 30 minutes. It's like, fuck, we got to get out of this. How do we get out of this loop? All right, you just one. Thankfully, there was one person who was just like, we're talking in circles now. What do we actually do? And I love it. You have to have like having someone who can be in the scene while also staying back just enough to be like, we need to move on. We've been doing this. We need to move on, right? And as a player, how do you decide that? You should like, how do you keep yourself, one, accountable as a player to stay interested in the game and the scene long enough to realize, okay, the scene's not on you. This scene's not about you. No one's talking about your character. Your story is not moving, but you're still in the game, right? You're still here. You're still, you should still be paying attention. But what are you doing even with all that attention? So, yes, maybe you're paying attention. Maybe you're taking notes. So, but what do you do with that chance? Do you stay silent and let it play out? Do you consider the dialogue that's being told in front of you and start not just jotting it down for notes for later, or do you start trying to connect the dots that are hinted at between the two different characters, or if you realize that your character is not even on this scene just because that's happening, what are you doing with the information that is being presented in front of you? Because again, just because you're no longer in the spotlight, just because you're no longer in the scene, your character's not even in the same room or even same region at the time, does not mean that you're just waiting for your next chance to talk, for your next chance to engage with your own scene. You should be paying attention as a player to what other people are doing. Because one, if for expert or really experienced improv, like improvisers, if you're playing a more free form game that lets improvisation take uh, a little bit more leniency into like either the comedy or the seriousness of like presenting a scene with irony, right? It's not like you're necessarily metagaming. It's metagaming if you're taking information your character otherwise wouldn't know and then using it to your advantage as if you knew that information somehow, even though there's no possible way for you to do so. That would be metagaming. But there are times when in comedy, or at least comedic improv, where you hear what someone else's pick is. You hear what someone else is putting down in a scene wise, and you find a way to present that into your own scene separately as like a form of interjection to just kind of pull in a punchline, right? Like that's something that one I cannot explain because I'm not a heavily experienced improver. I sometimes improv for fun with friends, but not in like a professional setting. And at the same time, uh, that's something you just kind of learn, right? Like to set up a joke, to take someone else's situation, turn it into a humorous joke, and yet present it as like a silly scene that might come back uh, to essentially bite them in the ass in an insignificant but endearing way, right? Like in that sense, that is partly what you can do in when the scene is not on you, right? But I'd say the biggest aspect of what to do when it's not your turn, stay paying attention. I feel like that should be more common sense, but you would be surprised how common it is to do exactly not that. I have done it. I still sometimes do it. Sometimes you do it out of respect as well, right? Like it's not necessarily a bad thing not to. You just have to know when to keep your attention on it and when not to. But at the same time, you know, there are benefits sometimes to choosing not to pay attention. One, in combat and in ignore the one. In combat and out of combat, there are reasons for when to choose not to pay attention. Partly to help prevent yourself from metagaming, right? And the other part is helping give that player whose scene it is a chance to, like, if it's supposed to be some sort of secret, right? Like if it's supposed to be some sort of secret, you choose not to listen or whatever is happening. Maybe you're paying attention, but you're choosing not to write it down so that you know you'll forget it later. So that it remains a surprise as much as possible, even if you technically know a little bit of what's going on. One, again, partly to help you keep yourself from metagaming, right? But at the same time, you have to know how to ride that line, because when people are saying, respect each other as players, give each other the space to talk, give each other the space to have your time to shine, a character who's having their time in the spotlight, even if they have their moment to shine and they could do their utmost to make their character behave or their abilities be showcased, personalities, whichever which way, to you know essentially have it show off as best as they can with like a heavy hard like a hard hitting one liner. They could say the most badass thing. They could say the most endearing thing. They could say or do something that should otherwise elicit some sort of emotional response from both the GM and the players because it's just that good. They could have done the best job they can. But to everyone else who's not in that scene or spotlight, when you become that member of the audience, when you become a member of the cast and crew who's not on stage behind the curtain, when you are the GM who's presenting that scene to them and letting them have their way, if none of you are paying attention, then every effort that that player and that character has done in that moment ultimately fall flat. Like completely useless. There's no point into it. Because and the person affected most is that player and the scene. Because and hell, even sometimes actually not even sometimes, most of the time the GM. It would be the worst if the GM is not the one paying attention because you managed to get your player to do something that you would have wanted and you're the one who's not paying attention. Well, then it's your loss, right? Then one, you've just told the player who did that like actually no, it's more this is part of the collaborative error of as players and GM if basically no one is paying attention, then one, you've all just convinced that player and that character that their character probably doesn't matter, that their efforts don't matter, and that they're not at they're at a table that one does not respect them enough to like okay maybe they respect them enough to give them the spotlight, but not enough to actually let them feel like they're shining. In which case, why should they offer your character the same to do so? Why should they reciprocate uh, what it is? Not even reciprocate. Why should they give you what you're not willing to give them? Right. This ultimately comes down to player and GM. Like not even player GM. This just ultimately comes down to like self accountability. And again, people often say, okay, you have to respect each other at the table. Respect, give each other a chance. They never really say how. They never really tell you how to do these things. They just tell you to do these things, expecting you to learn on your own, right? And it's wow, this music got magical wood notes. But yeah, it's the I got so turned around because of the music. But yeah, if you're not like you still have to stay aware, even if you're moving things in behind the scenes or away from the scene, you still got to keep yourself in it. There are times for you to totally completely back away, detach, sure, but definitely that does tend to be more trial and error and become more experience based. Some people never learn to do so. That much is also true. The sad part is that sometimes there are players, and this is how, not even players, sometimes you have GMs where, oh my god, Clara! Clara, thank you for the raid! Hold on a minute, let me give you a shout out. What? Guys, if you haven't had a chance to, I was lurking on your stream. I knew you was doing the crochet. How was stream? Guys, if you haven't had a chance to check out Clarabelle Calico, you definitely should. She is not just a calico, but she is a uh, doll jointed VTuber. I want to say marionette, but you're a lot close. But because of the story that happened, is she is a doll who had been brought to life through the many wishes of various cats And in this case, it was a calico themed doll through Pinocchio, almost Pinocchio style, through the wishes of said cats, came to life not only to show them the love and care of Clarabelle, but also to make their dreams and joys come true. So, once again, if you have not had a chance to check them out, I highly recommend that you do. They're hilarious. They're fun to play with, and even funnier to just have a good time with, honestly. But Clarabelle, Clarabelle, when I lie, my ears grow. If you have to raid and run, I I won't blame you. No kidding. But yeah, if you have to raid and run, I totally understand. But if you guys are here to chill, well, my name is Shifty Mano. I am a variety streamer. Tonight, I am the proprietor of this establishment behind me, the tavern within a fictional world that I totally plan to actually. I do want to expand on my world a little bit. That this tavern exists in the Yapping Porthole, which is inspired by the yawning portal within the land of Faerun in Waterdeep. But yeah, guys, welcome in. Tonight I am talking here with Ales at the Yapping Porthole, even though I never carry alcohol on me for the most part. Uh, the subject is what we do, what to do in the shadows. You know, like I said, I've just been talking about. Uh, well, the main thing is self accountability as a player and as a GM, and even as a character in a story, right? Like, how do you show respect? I think, yeah, one, fun should be at the top of the list, right? Like, everyone, like, one of the biggest rules of not even just D&D but TRPG and being part of a table is that fun should be at the foremost. If you're not having fun, you probably shouldn't be at the table, or that the table might not even be, probably shouldn't even be sometimes, because the reason you go into these games and into these tables is to have fun. So if you're not there for fun, what are you doing there? Are you just there to mess around with the other players to, well, I mean, if you're there for fun and it's toxic to the other players, the one, you got to get kicked out. You got to go because it's not worth having you. I'm sorry. And two, like, it's just a game. That's the biggest part of playing a game is for fun. If But what are you doing at the table if you're not there to just like play a game? Like if you're especially if you're taking it too seriously. This is a serious game, guys. I'm here to do serious role play. I'm here to have a serious time and become the biggest. I'm here to become the biggest live play channel on Twitch. I mean, it's Critical Role. No, there are tables like that, and they almost, it's not to say that they never last, but some of them are fairly long lived. But the fact that they exist for like a fairly selfish reason is, even if they're long lived, they usually tend to become undiscovered. Right? That's a whole different conversation in and of itself. But again, like having that in mind, fun being the forefront, and then respect being the second, because going in to these games with a heart of trying to have fun, that's pretty much expected. But then giving respect should also be, you know, right up there with it, right? It's one thing to earn respect and it's one thing to be given respect. But expecting respect from other players, one, you, I keep saying one. It's like my filler word right now. I mean, there is an aspect of it where you should, right? That's just, there's a common, it's part of etiquette where there is a level of social expectation and where common courtesy kind of goes in, right? Like okay, I want to be like, if I'm going into this table, I want to know that I'm going into a table that respects my time to either show up on time, or understand that I have a limited amount of time to play this game, and people coming in late or not at all or constantly flaking is, to me, already not respecting my time, in which case I have no desire to be unstable, right? Like, that's part of an expectation. And two, I didn't even get to one. No, but yeah, and part of it is the aspect of giving it, where sure, you have that expectation of other people. Are you also meeting that expectation towards the other players and towards the GM? Or if you're the GM, are you fulfilling that level of respect towards your players? Because it's one thing for other people at the table to, respect your time. You should be respecting theirs too. You should understand that you might have the limited time, so do they. And life happens, and sometimes that means that, a game will eventually fall apart. So maybe you have a campaign that goes a little bit shorter. Maybe you have a game that goes a little bit longer, and you understand that players will come and go. That maybe one player, like even in the Monday campaign, we've had a player who had to step out of the campaign. She might come back as an occasional player. I did offer them a chance. Okay, if there was a chance for you to come play with us again, there are ways to literally just let your character be in it for the night and be like, okay, either cameo as an NPC, or if you're there for the night, well, we can find ways to get you in. Like, if we find out, okay, you're actually free for that week, let's see what you've been doing for that week. Let's, maybe let's come together, hopefully. Or maybe you're just there, and then we'll work on it later, right? That's also part of it. These things are, that's also part of it to consider, right? Like, for me as a GM, I'd have to consider where her character has been or is, if they happen to have a chance to do a cameo or even join in on a short adventure. Should I happen to know that they have the time to actually play with us, and then at the same time we have a new character who had joined in because they actually can meet, not actually, like, it's not like I traded one for one. It's just that, things kind of fit into pieces, and we had to decide, how do I ground your character into joining the party, and how does it make sense so that it doesn't just feel like their character is someone who just doesn't fit with the party, like, even if they don't necessarily fit with the party, right? And that is a flaw in and of itself, but that will be not just up to me as a GM, but also up to the player to decide, how do they integrate themselves into the table and the party, but also how do they overcome that sense of unfamiliarity to become a cohesive part of the group. And then I, as a GM, deciding, how do I integrate your story in with theirs? Or is it just something that happens and then later it overlaps? In which case, in their character sense, I managed their character of the new character joining in. uh, it perfectly played out that this character's theme that they wanted, and who they serve as a patron, because they're a cleric, is just cleanly able to join in, of being like, okay, you're kind of already in the vibe of the party. Some of them are evil. Some of them, none of these, well, the Monday, I don't think they're here, but none of the Monday players are technically good characters. I know none of the players' characters are good. They're not chaotic good. They're not lawful good. They're not neutral good. All of them are neutral or slightly evil. They are not. Uh, they are in no way, shape, or form recommended to ever be chosen ones, and that's partly what I am enjoying as a GM, because uh, thinking about it from Deadpool 3 style, or spoilers, no, like Deadpool 3 style. Uh, you have Logan, who is never the right person for the job, and yet he's the one that shows up. In this case, the party, terrible people. They have no business, either no business social wise, ability wise, or even morality wise, to ever be the ones to help the people around them, or be the ones to help the people of Phandalin. And yet they have. Yet they're the ones who showed up. And so for me, yeah, I'm having fun with the aspect of let's see how the world responds to them, because they all have their own stories and they all have their own goals. That's for me to present the spotlight for them. Let's see what goes on for what they don't see, again, as a GM, for what they don't see until it's time. And I have to think about, okay, this person's getting a lot of the spotlight. I have to pay attention as a GM who is getting their chance to be in the spotlight and how well they're using it. And at the same time, how I can help support them into showing off their character, so that one, their character stays interesting, not just for themselves, but for each other. And two, how I can let each of them know that I'm not just giving one or more people the spotlight. I'm actually working actively to figure out ways to let their characters shine when the time comes. I have to reassure them things are kind of like I have to decide when to reassure them. It's not time yet. There are stuff happening. Right now it might be focusing on this character, but that's just I circumstance, right? Like either they are pushing their story a little bit more forward and it's there's a lot more proximity happening for them and it's just the way it's playing out, or two, because the plans I have for this character might be for a little bit later. But if that is the case, how do I help that person stay interested into the game and into the scene? Right? There's only so much I can do. Always welcome in. This. Let me see. Oh, welcome in classroom. Thank you. But yeah, guys, thank you for the raid. First of all, if you have to raid and run, I fully understand. And at the same time, guys, my name is Shaved Tomato. I am a tomato. I do variety. Tonight, every Thursdays, well, I try to make it every Thursdays. I have Ales at the Yapping Porthole, as I am doing tonight, where I yap about D&D, the various aspects, not necessarily some sort of like classroom lecture or TED Talk. It's just me rambling. I it's me more or less trying to get my thoughts in order. And just like now, I completely forget that I can totally sit. But welcome in. Tonight I am, guys, if before I go on, if you haven't had a chance to check out Alice, you totally should. Because one, check out their YouTube. They put out a lot of really good videos. And honestly, I'm here for it. If you didn't think I watched your videos, Brett, the power of yapping. Well, welcome in. This is behind me, my establishment, the Yapping Porthole, where I yap about D&D, usually with a friend or foe. No, a friend or acquaintance, someone who is either more or less experienced in D&D or TRPG, and sometimes if I can convince them to come in with me, their new experience with D&D and TRPG, because I love the fresh point of view of either new players, interested players, and things that they call classroom. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, it's yeah. Again, go check out Alice. What were you? Wait, what were you playing? I just shouted you out. My brain totally forgot. Marvel Tokon. I am terrible at fighting games, but I have seen that around. It's so much fun. It looks like fun. I'm just terrible at it. I'll still play it, but I'm just terrible at it. Uh, Not necessarily that I'm playing it here now, but like I'm okay with those types of games. They're fun. It's so fun. I would imagine so, especially like that style of what is that gameplay. So it's usually fresh. It's funny because it's usually outside of my type of play style, but at the same time, I came in from like Soul Calibur, some of the other games, right? And they're just fun as heck to play, especially when you get a combo down. Hell yeah! I would love to give the Avatar: The Last Airbender fighting game a chance too. Yeah, it was a fun watch too. Story was entertaining. There's a story and short enough to finish in a stream. Hell yeah! Oh man, that's so funny because like the other day I was literally just watching Alice play Five Nights at Freddy's real time, which I did not get to see whether or not like I was lurking, but at the same time I didn't get to see how much you got to finish. I think my entire brain died because I think I was also playing Pal World at the time. But that is how we do. There's a handful of different character parties that have a story mode. Oh damn. Okay, bet bet bet. But yeah, but yeah. Oh, it's funny because I say this as well. Alice was I think you were my most recent guest here at the tavern. Uh, because I know you were streaming your end, but for anyone who hasn't gotten the chance to see it, yeah, this is my tavern behind me. That the art was made by a friend of mine, JV Goblin, whose portrait actually sits just behind the chair that I'm sitting on. That's JV Goblin. You should totally check them out. I love their story time, their bedtime story style artwork, and love that it's what I got to use for my tavern because it's exactly what I wanted. I was just like, holy crap, the artwork. I even have my very first character, Emmett Dundermeyer, who is in a hidden wanted poster just behind the candelabra. It was a fun yappy. Yeah, hell yeah! I'm glad it was the yummy juice. Uh, because technically I can just be like wine. No. And then next to it is one of my other characters. Her name is Ink. She is a tiny black cat who is the Witchlight Monarch who gained her wings and her crown from the Witchlight Carnival that we got to run in, and her powers are that of tarot cards. Meanwhile, Emmett is one of I call them twin characters because they were my first two characters from two different campaigns that I happened to get to join at the same time, and I what's it called? I got to play them and they were so much fun. Matcha Green Tea was the other character. She does not have artwork here. Maybe in a different room, should I happen to finally get a chance to expand on the tavern and the artwork. The next one, I do want it to be for like a karaoke stage, right? And but here now, Emmett was my Warforged Artificer, which I do not recommend using a druid or an artificer as your very first classes in a D&D, especially D&D like 5e, because it's just so many words. It's so many words. I had to do so much reading in homework. Jesus Christ. But yeah, tonight, and I will have said this before. Tonight I am yapping about uh, what to do in the shadows. It is a topic that I've realized that I've touched on it before to a certain extent, and I've touched on it in various yaps, not just solo, but with friends and stuff, and how I get to ask people, okay, how do you kind of you know in one way wording or another ask someone how they not treat other players. That kind of goes without saying, but it's more about like how they, I guess, ride the line of pushing their own scenes as well as becoming a cohesive part of their table, right? Like, again, Dungeons and Dragons, TRPG, these various like group games, you're not just playing it alone. And this, even though there is a spotlight, the spotlight overall is on top of, is over the party and the world that they are, you know, having their adventures in. And every now and then the spotlight tends to focus more on one character, maybe another character, and whatever overlaps them, to finding which scenes might have some sort of importance. And as a player, how do you make those scenes impactful and as effective for when it's on you? And yet tonight the conversation is more about how do you, as a person within the background of the spotlight, you know, choose to either help support the person whose the light is being focused on, or how do you help the story move on while this scene is going on, right? Like I think one of the biggest topic, well, the first and biggest point that I made here is that self accountability, both as a GM and as a player, and even as your own characters, has to matter, right? Like fun is the biggest goal overall, because you again, as a GM, you are just as much of a player as the players, and as a player, you are just as much uh, as a storyteller, writer, and even editor of the campaign as the GM is. Like you're not just thinking about what story your GM is trying to tell. You also are trying to find ways to tell your own story and have it meld into theirs. And at the same time, when and how do you decide as a player to invite another player or even NPC into your own story? And then how do you choose to let their stories and their actions affect your story to an not even to an expected, but to an unexpected turn? How do you let it change form, and how much of it you know do you throw out, right? Like it's not like you're just like how a GM has to be aware that like all their laid out plans, their little skeletons, are probably going to get thrown out as the adventure goes. As a player, you should also expect the same thing, right? It sucks when it happens, but sometimes it's also better that it happens when it does, because there are chances where sometimes there are characters who will push buttons more and more, and it forces other characters to essentially come in for the catch or the support or keep the ball rolling after someone gets the ball rolling, right? Like how do you get the ball to the goal, to where it goes, right? Like eventually the expectation isn't so much like I want the ball and I will learn how to take the ball. Rather, it goes from there to I'm gonna get the ball because if table etiquette and table um, one communication, vibes, and everything else is clean. If you've had enough trust with this table, developed it enough to know each other's patterns and rhythms, then the expectation really does become, okay, I know I'm going to get my chance to talk. I know I'm going to get a chance to be in a scene, to make the best of this scene. And even when that happens, that I am going to have a chance to make that scene as impactful and as interesting, to keep as many of the other players and GM's interest into my character and story and like moment, to actually pay attention. And at the same time, always on the air, but yeah, thank you. And at the same time, as the player who's not in the focus, there will hopefully be a shift uh in your thinking and in like your mentality to understanding like yes, you will have those chances, but you also but like also at the same time becoming aware that you can have that expectation from the other players because you yourself are giving them the same level of attention, respect, and even I guess that would be part of respect for if another player wants to have a serious scene, you're not just making jokes. Yes, you might want to have a lighthearted fun or a comedic moment, but not every like if everything is just a joke, then eventually the laughs will die down, and no one will know when the punchline is coming because if everything is just a punchline, then there's never a setup, right? And so having this, I guess, developing the skill of when to take things quote unquote seriously for another player, let the story breathe, let the serious moment digest into everyone's mind, or like one like I keep trying to list things. One, it helps the GM know that the players are interested, and two, it helps the other players know that you yourself or each other are interested into the stories that you're trying to tell. It could be the silliest thing ever, something. It could be a small adventure, a one shot, a little one session thing of we just want to do this in like a little bit of sillies. We want to put up all the jokes. Maybe it really is just all jokes, right? And when everyone comes in with that expectation, right, then it helps things become light, and it helps things push forward, and kind of lifts a burden away from all your shoulders because uh, you don't have to worry so much about what each other is going to do. Know if you already know that you're all in the same page to push towards uh, the most fun ending as you can get, or the funniest ending that you can have, even if it's outside of the intended goal. And on the flip side, if you know each other's style, rhythm, and storytelling ability, even if it's not at the even if it's not top tier, even if it's not the greatest, to you and your table it will be, because if you know that one person wants to have a little bit more of a serious or like more emotionally charged like storytelling scene or scenes like character arc, whichever way, while yours is silly, there are ways for your characters and the adventures to interact where maybe your character is the lighthearted one, but having your character be the lighthearted, maybe facetious, or just like, take nothing seriously, the moment that they do take something seriously and show that they're not just all jokes, well, you have tragedy and comedy, the two masks of, the William Shakespeare, the plays, right? Of the stage is learning how to slingshot back and forth with them. When you can show the other players, if when you can show each other that you can have your character not take themselves too seriously enough to let them have a little bit of fun every now and then, shows that your character is willing to let down some of their walls and show different sides and aspects of themselves, and vice versa with a comedic character letting showing that they actually have some walls up while letting others down, to show that they're giving you that moment not just to shine, to have something serious, but to be like, okay, I'm in this scene with you. I'm not just making these jokes, I'm in this scene with you. Let's tell a story. Let's have these characters' emotions feel real and feel heavier. If they're feeling sad, even if I'm just here for jokes, fuck it, let's do it, right? Like, there's fun to be like fun takes shape in different ways when it comes to these tables, And it's honestly why I love the game so much, is because I like having. I came into it with more jokes and comedy uh, uh, than I feel like for the most part that's usually how most people end up starting with D&D, where it's you take a silly concept, you have fun with it, you see what's possible, and then you poke and prod not just for the GM but for the other players to see what is fun, what is possible within the game, what you're allowed to try, and seeing what becomes successful. Because from an improv aspect, you know, pushing those little buttons tells the other players, and the same with the other players pushing their own buttons, tells you where your desires lie within a session, not like in a session or an overall adventure, right? Like, okay, someone wants to take things more seriously, someone wants more comedy, someone wants more adventure, intrigue, uh, puzzle, intelligence, combat, strategy. They'll press those little buttons that go in. How do you adapt to what buttons you each press, and how do you stay in it together so that it flows? Right? That is something you as a table work together on, and hopefully by the end of it, everything flows to the best to the best that it can, where everything just feels clean, story wise, combat wise, strategy, comedy, tragedy, whichever way, right? And where I was when I began, again, I didn't know how to roleplay. I didn't even know how the game worked. I had so much homework to deal with as a druid and as an artificer, because I didn't know how to turn to my animals. I didn't know what animals I could turn to, or what magic items I could create, or how my own magic items freaking happen, or how the spells worked. All I knew is, fuck, I love spells. But also, how the fuck does this game work? So, over the course of those first 2 years, I got to learn how. It reminds me of my first and only D&D game at a friend's house. Absolutely hilarious. Hey, hell yeah! I hope it was a lot of fun. But yeah, no, it does tend to get silly. It's also why I love playing with new players. Recently, I got to DM my cousin, who him and his two of his friends wanted to try. In their words, we wanted to try something nerdy, and this was the nerdiest thing we could think of. And I said, "That's hilarious. uh, which one of you is going to be the GM?" And he said, "Oh, I think my friend is going to try it. He's never done it before, but I think he wanted to try." Later that night, during midnight, while I'm in the shower, I hear a knock on my door. And he says, "Hey, you free?" And I said, "Yeah, I just got done with stream. Can you please try to DM for us? We realized that we're over, over our heads. We don't know what the heck we're doing." And I said, "All right, bet." One, I enjoyed the fact that it was finally one. I get to have another chance to do a live table, because I haven't. Nerdy stuff is so much fun. I haven't had a chance to play at a live table in years because of COVID, right? And my team, my original party, ended up going from our live table to virtual because you know one of us had to move away, and we wanted to play with them. So we're still together as a group. That's happening. And then at the same time, I really love the fresh eyes of new players, even if like they're just interested. Just because I have managed to ingrain myself into the rules, not so much that like I'm going to follow every rule to the T. No, the rules have always been a guideline. The rules have pretty much always been presented as more recommendations and suggestions rather than something to be followed to the T. It does have its fun, because having those constraints can force the pressure to your brain, like that it pressures your imagination to come up with uh, solutions to problems that they otherwise normally can't. But at the same time, there are aspects of the game where you just you know you bend the rules a little bit, because sometimes there are things that are outside of the rules purview that it's just because player and GM imagination cannot be contained and controlled. Even if you have these rules in existence, sometimes people just think outside the box. And for me in this moment, uh, I got to test my limit and my ability as a GM and as an experienced player to understand that players, especially new players, will see the game without the lenses that I and other experienced players and GMs have had a chance to really lay down their foundations of. So I get a chance to see what it is they want to do, what they want to try, and they got to try them. Right? All I had to do was here's the world, here's some of the characters. They're not necessarily important. We're here for your adventure. Let's have these conversations with them, and I'll let you role play as much as you are willing to have until we can continue the journey. Right? It was they didn't even get to finish the journey. They didn't even get to finish the full combat. But in the span of those 2 hours, they got to try to be their characters, and they actually got to feel what it was like to be in the world. And one, it made me really happy to um, see them actually enjoy themselves, and at the same time have a little bit of panic because there were moments where I got to see how well I could present to them suspense and danger, where it's just the three of them exploring in a forest. Yeah, they failed their check. Well, technically, they didn't necessarily fail their check. They just kind of helped me as a GM decide what time of the day they find the cavern where the danger will be. And to them, they found it at night. To them, that's when they realized that the monsters that exist in the cave are sentient beings who hunt. And that a big group of them are now exiting the cave because they are nocturnal beings with a bunch of spears, and that there's a group of 10 of them up against a group of three. Three inexperienced players who don't know what it is that they're capable of doing. Unless that there's just like, hey, they had pre-generated characters. Let's see what they can do. If they want to ask questions, hell yeah. Here's the spells. They might have a chance. They don't know their spells, as is classic. That's fine. And yet, in that moment, in that time of night, one of them is human. He does not have night vision. He can't see shit. All he knows is that he's hiding in a bush, hoping that the light of the moon, as dim it is for them to see, he can only see the bits and shapes of these troglodytes, because the adventure is based off of the Thessalogia short adventure from the Stranger Things, the original campaign, not campaign, but the original adventure that they were playing on episode 1, right? And for them, they were like, okay, here's the discussion. Here's what you guys hear. You finally arrive at the cave, and as you're getting here, and this is just like a highlight of it, they hear the footsteps, the many footsteps echoing from the mouth of the cave that they suspect a very large and dangerous creature happened to hide away in. And two of them have dark vision. One of them can only does not, and has to rely on the light of the moon to give just enough light to see. And for the other two, it's dim light with dark vision means that they basically see it as if it's torchlight, and it's bright enough for them to notice these reptilian creatures with spears and weaponry and be like, don't matter if you can cast a spell. If they can attack you fast enough, you're only level 3. You don't get fireball yet. You also have limited spells. So maybe avoiding a fight is the best thing you can do here. And to them, they chose to hide. Instead of hiding near the wall, hoping to either catch the group of hunters in an ambush at a flank, they decided to hide within the bushes because they realized if they're coming out here now, they can see in the dark. They can see us. These are new players, and they understand the reality of the situation. That was sick. And they chose to hide in the tree line in the bushes anyway. They managed to get a high average on their stealth roll, but I couldn't tell them whether or not. No, it's not that I couldn't. I chose not to tell them whether or not they pass, because I just, as an experienced player and GM, I realized it's more fun, at least in my sense, from a storytelling aspect, not to reveal the winning, the quote unquote winning conditions, the passing conditions for a skill challenge, rather to use the information to build the suspense and danger around them. So to them, they rolled, and as a group, they rolled pretty well. Their average was high enough, and the enemy happened to roll really low, even though they technically had the terrain advantage and the time advantage to be uh, to find them. They rolled low enough. I did not reveal what they rolled. All I told them is while they're hiding in within the bushes, within trees, however they choose, these group of I never called out their real names. It's just helping to describe what they are. These tall, muscular reptilian uh, figures wearing like wielding various sorts of stone weaponry as well as some metallic weaponry, almost to show the hierarchy between them. And the razor sharp claws, should there have them, how frightening that they can be, while not spotting the group, stepping near the party where they were hiding, right? Like stepping closer. One happens to trip up, a moment of comedy. And in it, that NPC happens to look in their direction while they're hiding underneath the bushes, and they think they're spotted. I get to milk that moment, and at the same time, in this sense, with tonight's topic, the spotlight is technically within the troglodytes themselves, the creatures, and it's not even on the players. The players are waiting for their next turn to move. I, as a GM, don't even know when they're going to make the next move, and yet I get to see that their imagination is working. One, they're visibly scared. They're visibly panicking and trying to rack up. Do we attack them? Do we blow our cover and attack these dudes and potentially get ourselves killed because there's 10 of them, 3 of us, and we're not, this isn't even the first combat. What are we about to do? Because none of us can speak to each other without blowing each other's cover. And what I want, right? Like this is part of what I love talking about is they are technically watching the scene happen, and they have to find a way to communicate to each other as a team to think about their next move. Because even though they're new players, what I love to see about them isn't so much the fear, which was fun as heck as a GM to see that they are immersed this much in the danger and in the moment, but that it's such a fun thing for live play that I love is you intentionally or unintentionally start moving and miming with your body what you want to do, because previously within the session they got to describe how the wizard casts spells, how the paladin wields his weapon, how the bard has a pickaxe with an instrumental strings as and how they choose to wield it right in the moment, where yes, they're scared, but they're not going to back down from a fight should it happen. They started lifting up their hands to show that they were ready to show each other and to me that they're ready to strike if they failed their stealth. And in that moment of like immersion, what I loved is, yes, the NPC spotted something within the bushes without ever telling them. But at the moment that they got called out, and at the moment that every one of them turned around to notice, realizing that they weren't looking at the people hiding in the bushes, they were looking towards an animal within the distance that they happened to all notice instead. And that, you know, to let them know that they had passed, rather than just saying it outright that your stealth had succeeded, let them know that the scene continues as they hear the shouting and the calls and attacks of these individuals who happen to now run beyond them, and that the cave before them is now unguarded and just free for them to explore. But guys, it is 1 a.m. I am not done. I just had to take a break because it is garbage night and I have to throw away the garbage before the before the trash gets here. But I hope that one, I stop it, sir. You keep trying to make lists. I do hope that does give a little insight to how I, as a GM and as a player, tend to view the game as not necessarily okay. It is, yeah, narrative, but how I try to view the game's mechanics as chances to tell a story in and of itself, and you know, as a storyteller, try to keep the interest and immersion of the players, so that while I am like I said, while I was shining a light on the danger and the fear that they should otherwise feel from these enemies, that they have and the space and the time, but the space and freedom to decide for themselves, to even though they passed, feel that danger and almost choose to like just completely like either wait for the moment or to break their cover, right? Because it's it should feel that scary. You have 10 enemies heading towards your direction, and you have no idea whether or not they can see you. And except for the fact that they're active at night, they're nocturnal, so they probably should see you in the same way that you can see them. And yet, totally safe and beginning your descend into a cavern full of danger and uncertain death. Or yeah, uncertain danger and probably certain death. But yeah, guys, I will be right back. I hope you're enjoying the time. Again, if you have to, it is if you have to, take a break, head out. You're more than welcome to. My name is Shane Tomato. I am going to be back in about like 10-15 minutes. But until then, I will see you guys again for a little bit more of Is It the Yapping Porthole? So I'll be right back. I am more or less returning. I'm making sure to words while not necessarily fully back on yet with the yaps. I am also just trying to figure out certain things before I forget them. Where are you? Also, this playlist has been working for me for the night. normally I have normally I have like Bardcore on, but definite. This is for anyone who's actually been here before, or to anyone if you happen to be in my if you're one of my players in my Monday campaign. One, how are you here? Two, it's late. What do you mean? Why are you here? Why are you awake? Who's kidding? Uh, I tend to get affected by whatever music is playing in the background. So when my players know that when a song happens to be a little bit more mysterious or a little bit more serious or maybe even serene, sometimes the character roleplay aspect of me, I guess, tends to bleed into my ability as a GM, where if I need to let the intrigue set in, or if I need to let the gravity of a scene feel heavier, or maybe even more jovial, I may increase the tempo of how a scene plays out. Maybe I talk a little bit faster. Maybe I describe things a little bit more grand, where curtains will billow into the unexpected wind of a previously closed door that they happen to see just beyond their eyesight. And now having to realize, if they do realize, yes, I basically just said that door was closed. There was no reason for there to be wind in this room. And just from the description alone, say, like I said, like maybe I do take a little bit slower, just say something along the lines of what I just said. Maybe I don't even say, oh, it's a previously closed door. No, no. Maybe you didn't notice it before. Maybe you did now. Maybe there was no reason to even call out to it or even take notice, and yet maybe there was likely a chance that I had asked you to roll a perception check. And in rolling whatever you roll, the easiest thing that I can tell you with a minimum of a 5 on a die, right? Like no matter what you like, even if you roll high, the minimum information I can give you on a 5 is that the wind is billowing. On on a 10 or near of a 10, you'll notice that the door is cracked open. There is a gap that shows that the door is not fully closed. Right? Like maybe there was, maybe rather than even where I toy with your senses, where your eyesight sees the billowing of the curtain, but your hearing, your body feels the breeze that enters from the draft. Is it pushing? Is the air pushing in, or is the air, or is the or is the wind actually pulling out of the room due to air pressure escaping, or is in which case one that kind of helps to that if a player can read that enough, if the wind is heading toward into the building, that tends to show that someone has just entered in. And if the wind or if the air is leaving the building, that might show that someone had just left. And yet maybe within like one of the first few things you notice instead of just the billowing curtain is actually the creaking of the door. As a GM, playing on the senses of a player is, as a storyteller and even as a writer. I am not a professional writer. I do not write stuff, but I like writing stuff. Uh, it helps to get the players immersed in your world, and I like to take the longest. All right, well, all right, fuck it. I guess we're back into the. I guess we're back into the yaps. This is supposed to be just like a little thing, but I guess I'm here. I I like taking the scenic route throughout a sentence or a paragraph, as is probably evident to the amount of tangents that I will have from before now and into the rest of the stream. That instead of telling the players that they passed their checks, telling the players that they quote unquote won D&D, because there's no winning, helping them help it, like you always hear uh, those tropes and those quotes of, it's not the destination, it's the journey, or it's the friends we made along the way, or it's taking a stroll through the garden and actually slowing down to appreciate the sunset or the sights and the smells. This is all it really is. It's giving the chance, not just for the story to build, but for, if you're building suspense, you let the tension build, right? You find a way to let their senses know that something is immediately wrong. Like, if we're going by this music, maybe a festival is happening, right? Like right now, the maybe there is the classic trope of a prom or a ball or some sort of social gathering, right? Could even be a party, and it could even be just a classic festival celebration in the tavern or out in the streets. And everyone is jovial. Everyone is having their time. People are dancing. People are talking. Coins are being spread around. The various gamblings of, the the somehow shared agreement between otherwise shady figures and normal people slamming down their chips, coins, and playing cards together around like a sitting barrel, where they set their drinks down. Because honestly, I love those kind of I love those kind of taverns that just use barrels as the tables. It's just, you know, one, it's novel as heck, and two, very like saves on money if they're like a brewery. But you set the scene, right? You're not just, as a GM. It feels it's to me almost taking away from or at least holding back from the players what the world is that you see in your head. You want the players to feel the world around them, hear it, see it, taste it. Even if you can play on those things, yes, it might slow down the session for the night. Yes, it might slow down the scene. But if you think about it like a bowstring, like, you don't just let loose an arrow. I mean, you could just let loose an arrow, right? But you could choose to hardly draw the string of a bow with an arrow notched, or even completely forget to notch an arrow. That could also be a thing. That could also be part of the analogy, right? But however you choose to do so, if you don't do it enough, the scene does not take impact. The players don't feel the danger, and they don't get to feel the happiness that is happening around them. When they're otherwise supposed to sense that something is wrong, and you only tell them that something is wrong, they don't get the satisfaction of discovering what it is. or even getting to feel the level of intelligence and wisdom that they have as players and characters to realize that there is something wrong. You're giving them the pattern and the song of the scene and letting them be a part of it. And when something is offbeat, they get to be the ones to decide, or no, you can be at least you get to set the scene for them to hopefully discover. If they discover nothing, then the enemy has the advantage. The enemy has the chance to do what it is that they want to do. If they are smart enough, then they get to present that something even worse. That whatever consequences happen, maybe an NPC gets killed, maybe someone they know gets taken or harmed in getting caught in the crossfire because they failed to notice, right? Maybe they trusted too many people or trusted the wrong person in this time and didn't pick up on the patterns. And that's just a social aspect of, not even social, but like that's just a narrative aspect of narrative and marrying the mechanical aspect of when do you call for when do you let them role play to the point that when they reach a scene that should build up the tension and tell them that there's something wrong, when do you call on them to roll the dice to let them feel the unease, right? Like if you've ever heard people in the game and in the hobby talk about how their GM or them as a GM sometimes just roll the die in silence. They don't even tell the players what it's for. Sometimes they just roll the die and maybe the players notice and they just do it for the fun of they just do it for fun, right? They just do it to keep the players on their toes to make them feel like, okay, okay, what are you rolling for, right? Like it could be for nothing, but you're there to help them feel just a little bit of panic. And yet, when you're doing it unironically for something, how do you help push the players towards that moment? Right? Like I know it feels like I've probably strayed away from the topic of tonight, but it's actually just at least from the GM's perspective, how do you treat that moment to help the players find their way through the dark until they find the where the spotlight truly is? I feel like that's also part of the fun of being a GM. Yes, there is the scene in your head that you want to get through, right? Like it might be a cool scene, maybe it's a cool monologue that you've been planning. Maybe you get there, maybe you don't. Maybe the players find a way to affect that scene. All you get to do as a GM is you have that scene in your head that you've been planning and then present the players with everything else around that scene and seeing how their actions affect the way that that scene is going to be ultimately presented. What pieces will end up in that scene, or what pieces get taken away, or who gets there, who doesn't, who gets to see it, right? Maybe they split up. How do you decide these things as a dungeon master, right? Like I said, there is the behind the scenes, the things that you do in the shadows as a DM. They only really get to see what you present each time, and as the players, they get to choose what they do next, right? How they choose, like who gets to show up into the spotlight, who gets to step back away from it so that they can prepare for the next move, prepare for the next story beat, and then work together to maybe even surprise the GM with something new, right? It's all about pulling back so that you can maybe work together to, if we're treating the spotlight as the canon moment, to what is going to be cemented in there. And then everything outside of that spotlight is simply the buildup, simply the sense of danger that you don't get to see until it fully reveals itself. The tension of a bowstring that you as a GM pull on their minds And notching an arrow, one, you make the tension known with playing on the little bits of information that they're allowed to know, and considering what roles that they make, revealing more or less. And yet, sometimes even not necessarily telling them how much they succeed or by how much they fail, rather just taking into consideration their roles. Sometimes you also have to let them know, do they pass? Sometimes you do break your own rules for the sake of keeping tension, keeping the scene alive, keeping the interest into the players and their characters, right? Maybe someone's been rolling poorly throughout the night and they just need a win. Maybe they rolled poorly again and you have to decide, you don't have to baby them, but you have to sometimes adapt to not them as a character, but to them as a player, right? Like they might miss an attack. How do you keep the gravity of their attack in combat so that their character still feels dangerous? How do you acknowledge that they are low in morale narrative wise? Maybe they've just been failing. Maybe they fail to notice something. Maybe they fail to convince someone, or even for like deceive someone, or to be as intimidating. And yet, how do you keep their characters, the intention of their characters, overall, I don't want to say aura, but I guess their overall, uh, yeah, I guess aura kind of is there, right? Like how do you work with them? That is the bigger part too. It's like you have to work with them. They have to be like, as a player and as a GM, be willing to laugh at yourself. Be willing to accept the failure of the moment and the role, even if it seems demoralizing. If you can take an L, one, outside of the game, that is a skill that most people tend to suck at anyway. Even myself, and is fail failing gloriously, and learning how to pratfall is, again, as much of a skill in role play as in storytelling and scene and in comedy as it is in just being being in a social setting outside of the game completely. Because if you know how, it's scary to make a fool of yourself in and out of the game, and yet if you know how, like, you can't control the reactions of others, but you can control your own reaction and your own ability. So, yes, it's scary to make a fool of yourself, but it sucks even more to try stopping yourself from becoming a fool, it happening anyway, and failing to recover, and then regretting that moment to the point where no matter how cringy it is, it's like no matter how seemingly unimportant it actually is, in your mind it's going to live in your head for the next 13 years, because holy crap, do I remember those moments in high school. Jesus. Same in role play. It's sometimes trying to prevent yourself from falling instead of learning how to recover will lead to an even greater failure and to an even more embarrassing moment. In which case, again, you get to be the one in control of how you take the moment, how you take the loss, and how you work with both the GM as a play and the player to take those little failures and the parts of the story and the scene and strategy that should otherwise feel demoralizing and failing, and let it work with your character, because part of it is how you make a better story, and to show that you're not one to be defeated by something like that, right? Like, you're not, okay, I how many attacks have I missed in my time as a player? A lot. How many times have I had a character try to be serious only to fail at a skill check because they're trying to be cool and it happened to call for a thing and they failed, and yet fuck it. You take it with grace and you move on, right? And sometimes, how do you like? Sometimes you do succeed as well, and sometimes you over succeed, and yet you don't want to make your character like. Let's go with I think my favorite example for this one is Proelior, my Leonin Druid Star Druid, which is one druids are a wisdom based spellcasting class. I decided that he is one like Leomon from Digimon, uh, who is a druid, and Halzin style, like a chunky beefy boy, just all muscular strength based druid, which otherwise should not have worked and totally worked, and I loved it. But in this example, rather than failing, he actually succeeded in his constitution roll. A constitution roll being how well your stomach can handle poison, how well your stomach can handle eating a rotten tomato, right? Like, you, it's not just how strong you are. Uh, no, yeah, no, it is how strong you are in body and in mind, right? To like your immune system, how well your immune system can handle poisons or being drunk or you know having the stamina to prevent yourself from falling, right? To like or other shit like that. In this case, it was a bad soup, and it was not a good soup. And did my character succeed? Yeah, he over succeeded. It is a seemingly useless role because it was all about does your character feel sick from drinking this because it's something out of their use. Like it's a food that is otherwise outside of their normal diet, and for anyone else it would be normal, but for you it might make you feel sick. And then my character passed, but as a player and as a storyteller, this is where my overlap is that um, how do you take in the aspect of a GM so that one you show the GM that your character isn't just I succeed, great, let's move on, but rather that you can make a story out of it to showcase your character's personality. And in his case, I decided, okay, I don't want to take too long about it, but I do want to just make a quick thing about how he thinks, how he handles food, and how he handles not just social aspects, right? Coming from a tribe of combatants and warriors, but also how he stays curious and at the same time ignorant of the world around him. In his case, he drank a bad bowl of soup, and yet passing the Constitution check, he didn't just down the soup. Willy Wonka style, like where he started like he drank the tea from the flower and then ate the flower teacup. In this case, it was a wooden bowl, and he wasn't trying to be tough, but you unintentionally show how ignorant and yet also tough your character is by being like, okay, he drinks the soup, but he thinks that the bowl itself is also part of it, so he starts chewing on the bowl. And because you rolled high, he totally tanks eating a wooden bowl, which will come out later. And it's just like, fuck it, yeah, that's intimidating shit. He's just and that's just him, right? It's random bull crap like that just to show, okay, your character might not be the smartest, might not be the most aware, but god damn does he tank, right? Like if you need someone, that's my boy. Even if as a druid you're not necessarily meant to be a tank, and yet strength based druid, constitution, all right, well, shit. All right, well, here we go. Right? It's just ways to present your character. And again, uh, kind of coming back with how to work with your player for the lower roles, like the lower end of the roles. Something I learned from a video is, as a GM, and this is part of, I guess it's, I mean, it's not necessarily an aspect of the spotlight, right? Although it kind of is. As a GM, you decide what to focus in on for the players, right? Uh, are you going to keep telling them that they missed their attack? In which case, it's like, it becomes almost like, it almost becomes clicker training. No, it's almost like Pavlovian response of, oh, it missed, oh, you didn't hit him, it was too low. And it, oh, like, even unintentionally, it almost, eventually, it starts to almost feel like you're mocking them, right? Like the dice hates them, that they're doing something bad, they're doing something wrong, even though it's just a roll of the dice. It's just the way that the game works. But it doesn't help them to tell them that they're missing their attack. It doesn't do anything for them to get excited back in a game where it feels like they're failing all the time. Or that it feels like, because again, the dice have their own story to tell. The dice will land on whatever number they will land because it's all chaos. But you as a GM get to choose how to present the failure to them, how to present the danger and the fear that their character otherwise should still have the ability to present to the enemy and to their companions. Because if one of you is scary, okay, great. But if you're just present, if they fail their attacks and they fail it, like, how do you keep making them feel like, just like how my character over succeeded and ate the bowl, where he made himself seem tough and yet ignorant enough to the world to eat a bowl. How do you let a player's character keep, like, almost keep their face, right? Right, which is funny that that's an ability of the hobgoblin, but that's a different story. How do you let their character, who is trying to be intimidating, have the essence of intimidation? Like, how do you let them keep their presence, their aura, even though they're failing? And what my favorite part of that video is, stop telling your players that they miss. It's so simple and yet it happens. Question that ties into being a DM: how much should you let someone cook with their ideas? Yeah, that ties into being a DM. How much? Oh yeah, that is a fun part too. Uh, eh. Definitely a fun topic to actually tackle, because you do, as a GM, definitely have to decide, uh, like you said, cook with their ideas. What is worth allowing in the game? What is worth allowing in the moment? How much of it can can, what, one, exist into that scene, and two, leave that scene to either be presented as a constant ability, like, not constant ability, but like as a constant in the world that is something allowed, or is it a momentary thing, right? Is it just like a passing? Yeah, I asked because the last time I let someone cook, they told me ice cream and hot dogs were a good combo. Ice cream, actually, hold on a minute. Ice cream and hot dogs, huh? Hold on a minute. That shouldn't work. What kind of ice cream? That shouldn't work. That feels like a terrible thing. But I say this as someone who's put Doritos in between two pieces of bread because I was bored and said, "Wow, that should not have worked." I would say let them attempt it. That look sounds like it could work. Yeah, yeah, the look, right? Do not say yum. I'm talking putting ice cream on a hot dog like it's a damn sauce. Honestly, it's strange, but it could work. And mind you, I've been to the I'm from the Philippines, and I've been to the Philippines. And the last time I got to go, I got to try tilapia ice cream, which tilapia is a fish. It is a salty ass fish. Sounds dope. Have to add some syrup. Ooh, maybe. Ooh, maybe. But yeah, you would think that that a fish wouldn't work for ice cream, and yet when I tried it, my ear twitched at the wrong time. Ice cream and hot dogs are not supposed to go together. Normally, no, but there have been crazier ideas, and things have just randomly worked. You just sometimes you just discover some shit because like I said, like a fish-based ice cream should not have worked. That's like saying maple syrup and Doritos are a good main combo. Maybe, maybe. The main thing, and to tie this into being GM, it's probably a bad idea. It is an idea that should not have been ever birthed. Definitely shouldn't be. You should not even let it happen. Don't even toy with it. And yet, maybe you should. Maybe you do, and you let it. Oh, because why not? Right? Like, so if it's too game breaking, you are definitely well within your right as a GM to say no. But not like sometimes there are moments where you definitely have to say no. Right? Is it too game breaking? Is it just completely outside of the thing? Then sometimes you do have to say no. But for the most part, you can, as a GM, hit them with it's the same. It's still a yes and to say no, but because what you're telling them is this wouldn't necessarily be possible, or this option doesn't really exist, and because of it, it seems impossible. But technically there's nothing stopping you from trying, or even if this itself doesn't exist or is not technically possible, there might be a secondary option for you to do so. Right, there might be a secondary option, or maybe even a third, for you to explore a semblance of the idea that you want to do, and maybe you get, like, while you're not going to get what you want, you're not going to get what you want in the shape that you want it to be, but maybe you get somewhere close. Right, that's how that ties in. But yeah, the players do be cooking sometimes, like how during that Pokemon D&D campaign, someone said that if there was a high enough roll and charm spell, they could capture the beasts to use in battle. Oh, for sure. I, which is even funnier to me because druids have that spell. Druids and rangers are the perfect Pokemon trainers. Not even just druids and rangers, druids, rangers, and artificers. Technically bards, which is so funny because I play the artificer battlesmith, right? That is, if there was, as much as a druid, the battlesmith artificer is the one that tends to be called, like, they tend to call the artificer as the gun class because they get the access to firearms, right? And they actually get the most use out of it, even more so than a gunslinger class does. But the battlesmith specifically, you get a cool ass steel defender that you get to shape however which way you want. It'll function the same no matter what in vanilla, but they are a flavorful class there. If you want you to shape your steel defender as a big old stuffed animal, go for it. You want to shape it as you have a pet hamster and you want it to drive its own cool ass mech, which is that, hell yeah. You want it to straight up look like a Pokemon? Hell yeah. It's just going to be a mechanical version of it. And in this case, a battlesmith has multiple ways to summon things. They have multiple ways to call on constructs, beasts, even if they have the access to the spell, and even summon some all things. They literally have just the Pokemon aspect. It's crazy. Speaking of, why are archers always with some big battle creature? Like, don't most come off come from farms and such, so a battle donkey would make more sense. A battle donkey would hit pretty hard. Not gonna lie, I would actually love it. That would be sick. That's even funnier to me that you say that because uh, one of my players in the Monday campaign has a pet pig. She's a sorcerer, but she found out, oh, I have this many gold before the adventure. Can I have purchased a pig? And I was like, why would you want to purchase a pig? Well, my character would like it as an emergency ration, so she would like to train it. She would like to have it as a pet because I want it as a pet. But if it comes down to it, I'm eating that pig. And I said, that's morbid. Yes. But you do not get to choose. This is a pig, and you are choosing it at its most not most immature. Like it's more than a piglet, but it's in its growing stage, right? Where it's not at full size, but it'll eventually go there. But you get to choose how you train it and how you treat it to see if it even likes you and trusts you enough to form a bond that it will follow you in combat. And this is a separate set of leveling up. But in this case, for the ranger question, it sounds like something that hit the blunt. Yeah. Oh, for sure. There is even a mule. Um, Even if there wasn't a mule, right? You could totally take the aspects of um, not a riding horse, I guess, but one of the other horses, and literally just put that over the battle donkey and treat it. It's still gonna be a medium. It might not be a large. It might not be a large like a horse is, but you can have it have the stats of a horse while being a medium creature that is a mule. Even though mules are technically still pretty large themselves, they're just a little bit shorter, right? But even if you didn't, you could have it be a medium, and just like a barbarian, they just have these like the strength of something that is above their normal size, or that is above their size capabilities, where they have um, the size of a medium creature, yet the carrying pull in the drag capacity of a large creature. This is where my brain starts thinking of. This is my brain as a GM thinking of uh, how to treat creatures and justify creatures and existences in the game. By the way, just a small clip. Imagine making it would have you cut the regular horse's stats in half. Not even, not even. The most I could see it happening to, even though honestly I probably wouldn't, is probably the uh either the movement speed by maybe 10 feet or the hit points for its how much HP it has, right? Where it's like, okay, maybe it takes one die less. But honestly, to save you the trouble as a GM, cut its size. That's it. That's the most you should do, right? Like to justify it, because it's maybe at most the movement speed by 10 feet, because it will have shorter legs. It'd be kind of broken to have it be a smaller size and moving as fast as a horse. It's still a mule, right? But it is still a mule, so it's going to be a little bit tanky. It's going to be a little bit on the tanky side, or at least tankier than normal. I say mule, but also like donkey. Like donkey and mule is somewhere between a donkey and a horse. It's actually a hybrid. But yeah, it's like well, and well now I'm thinking of Donkey from Shrek, and he actually is a small creature. In which case that'd be kind of hilarious. But yeah, he would more than likely be like a bludgeoning damage type. Perhaps most creatures that don't wield weapons probably are, unless they have a horn. But yeah, it's when we're kind of coming back to how much should you let your players cook. Let them. I would say part of respecting each other as players of a table, because as a GM, you are just as much of a player at the table as The players are, storytellers within the same table. It's, you have to work together. You have to be willing to accept each other's ideas, and also at the same time reject each other's ideas, so that where your intentions lie, and then even further be willing to have your ideas rejected and accepted, right? Because the social aspect of the game isn't so much that everyone agrees all the time. It's not like it, the vibes can be clean even with conflict. And I say like conflict as in, maybe you butt heads a little bit in character. So long as you and the other player, and even the GM know that these two characters who are butting heads and are abrasive to each other are headed towards some sort of resolution, right? Because you are still a part of the party. If you end up agreeing that these two characters just cannot be around each other, and that one might have to leave, and that it is consensual between the two parties that either one has to leave or they face each other in combat, and either one of them dies or one of them gets put laid on their ass, and then the party has to leave them. Sometimes that might have to be there, but ultimately what happens in each and every one of those situations, the players and the GM have to talk it out. They have to communicate and find the same page, to be like, okay, we are at an impasse. Here is the little overlaps that might be possible between these characters, but here is where these characters and the story even might clash or do clash, and they just do not mix well. Where do we go from here? Because you can't satisfy everybody. Both as a player and as a GM, you can't satisfy everybody. Sometimes the story you want to tell just doesn't work. Sometimes the story arc and the character progression and improvement that you want your character to have, or to have another character, just doesn't work, and it doesn't fit your vision. And just like a GM has to be willing to let players go enough to throw away their own plans, as a player, you also have to be willing to do the same. Your character, as you create them, do you want them to stay the same throughout the entire thing? In which case, that's sometimes okay, right? You have Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece. He's always been a more or less static character. Same with Goku from Dragon Ball Z. He's also a fairly static character, and yet at the same time, they have aspects of those characters where they stay the same, but the other parts of them completely, like, they change, right? They have the same MO, but the intentions are different, right? In this case, you have to work together to seeing what ideas will work, what ideas are worth keeping, what ideas are worth throwing away. Your character will likely change. I think they should change, because as any story and adventure, there are like how much, like, part of the fun of the adventure in D&D is, especially like long form, right, where you're creating like if you're playing out a backstory. Hopefully, one, you don't know if your backstory is going to ever be told. Don't expect your backstory to be told. If it does, you're in a lucky enough table to have it. Sometimes the story that a dungeon master is trying to tell does not include the backstories. Sometimes they might include it a certain way to help it be contained, and yet don't fully resolve that backstory. And sometimes the backstories will take a forefront, and you get to explore it there, right? But otherwise, even if they don't, you have to be willing to be okay with it, and at the same time, maybe find ways to kind of push parts of it forward, to where you can be, as a player, uh, help make it known, and help have the intent, like show the intention of that story, and show how much it affects your gameplay, your character's story and arc, and how it plays into the world, like, the greater part of the world. And that's even something that I want to talk about later in tonight. But yet, actually, let me catch up. That all sounds like a good party adventure and even a side solo adventure. Player A leaves a party to go off alone through finding a dungeon, learns to look inside themselves, and sometimes change hurts. But it does eventually help them grow as a person. It really does. And in the meantime, at the same time, it gives if you're it works really well in a long form game, especially because that's what I'm used to, right? In a short form game, maybe it doesn't, and then you might have to just abandon the character. But in a long form game, like a long form campaign where there is a narrative, and yet there is also a sandbox feature where the world feels alive. You get to explore parts of the world that you otherwise thought that you might not be able to. And just like what I got to experience, my character, like Emmett from the character who's worth 1,000 gold in that poster just behind the lit candle, he actually left the party for uh, in game he left the party for about 3 months. Out of game, he left the party for 2 years. I did not play that character for 2 whole years, and I played a completely different character. That story is still going on, by the way, because we're on hiatus and because we want to finish the other adventure that we're doing until we come back to it. Uh, but in those 2 years, I was playing a completely different character. She was a druid, a star druid, different druid than my other druid. I just love druids as much as I do artificers. Two favorite classes. But two different characters. One who left home Pinocchio style because he never became a real boy. No, because he is an artificial being created and didn't have the ability to have a family of his own that he could perceive. You know, uh, organic beings, biological beings, tend to have the ability to give birth. They have the ability uh, to breed, and he is an artificial being who does not get to have that. He doesn't get to have kids. He doesn't get to know what it's like to do these things or what it even means to have a family. So, but he's stuck in a place that it's essentially rubbing it in his wound of what he knows he can't have. And he leaves home because he wants to discover not just himself as an inventor of magical items and the sciences of magic, but to discover what it means to actually have a family and if he can make one of his own. An answer that still eludes him even now. And in his journey to improve as an artificer, eventually the party did end up within the bowels of the earth, within the Underdark, to what to stop well to stop a war that was on the verge of breaking out. Uh, no man, nobody. Thank you for the follow. Enjoy the emotes. That's dedication, but also does feel nice to shelve a character to let the other thoughts and ideas stew. Exactly. That was the fun part, and it was also just because again the character found a place to stay. I didn't want to stop playing that character, but we ended up in the city of Iltkazar, where we had to find our way through the darkness of the caverns existing underneath the planet in the tunnels of the Underdark and crossing an underground lake that had some bullshit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Uh, and then eventually passing the various trials of a labyrinthian maze that helped us find uh, a hidden tablet that let us teleport into the city itself that was still flourishing with various dwarves, inventors, warriors, and had its own set of artificers. And my character in that time, as mind you, this is still one of my first few games. I had not really role played much, and this party itself, we were all new players when we started the campaign. We didn't role play too much, but it was the first time where I realized okay, I'm not a great storyteller yet. I'm not good at my descriptions or even my role playing. But in this moment, I have to decide what is the most important thing for my character to move forward. Is it to abandon the richest place for my character to learn something about themselves as an inventor and also who they are outside of the party that they just met a few weeks ago and have just been adventuring nonstop? And how does the isolation affect them? Or do you continue on with the party because you want to keep playing this character, where we ended up at level 6, right? And then I didn't get to play that character again until level 12. Crazy shit. But ultimately, I decided he can't let this chance pass him by. He has to stay. And I have to be okay with that because, yes, he's going to miss out on the adventures. Yes, there's a chance I never get to play him again. And yet I knew I would because I knew that my GM had plans for that character and that he and I both agreed there are going to be ways for this character to come back. There are going to be ways. There's going to be some time when this character finds a way to communicate with the other players somehow and find a way on his own to return to the party, in which he did. I like to think your character in that place has grown into a stable, more fulfilled person. Oh boy, I have bad news for you. He did eventually return to the party, and I did get to play him again. Uh, I got to play my druid from level 6 to 12 before my artificer Emmett uh, got to return to the party. And that time, he did improve as an inventor. He even gave up the very first magical item he earned from his adventures, which was Shatter Spike from the Sunless Citadel module, which is a magical sword that essentially is enchanted to behave like an adamantine sword, right? And my favorite part about that is, depending on what you're hitting, you can decide whether or not to hit it with blunt damage or slashing or piercing damage. And I was like, bet. I love half swording. I'm gonna have him hold it upside down to fucking to use the mortal, right? You know, the murder stroke to actually hit people with like the pommel or the guard of the blade to be the blunt damage. I was like, sick. Um, but he gave up that first item to the dwarves where they all as a sign of friendship, and in return they gave him a +3 um, all-purpose tool, which is a very rare relic. And my DM was just like, hey, you've been gone you have much of time and the resources and the help to craft something legendary. I said, nah, I will craft something of lesser value for each of the other players, so that, and this is kind of like part of like the topic of tonight, where what do you do when it's not your turn? What do you do when you're not in the spotlight, right? In this case, my character was out of the spotlight and in this out of the stage completely for 2 years. And by the time that he was approaching and it was almost his turn to return, my and I talked about what was going to happen next. And I had to decide, do I make something powerful? And I said, no, I'm going to make something less powerful than what you technically are telling me I could make. Instead, I want to let this character's story flourish a little more, where, yes, he's not going to have something legendary or overly powerful, even though my GM was telling me, yeah, you could have something powerful. I feel like you'd spoil yourself. You sure you don't want something stronger? And I'm like, nah. That makes sense. That makes sense. Uh, it's so funny that I ended up choosing to nerf myself, and he ended up liking it more. That my character chose to be sentimental because he was away from the party. He was isolated. That isolation made him miss the adventures that his party got to have. And in that time, he was like, okay, I'm more improved now, and I get to give them gifts, right? Once I make it back to the party, I get to give them I get to show each of them how I've improved and as an inventor. In which case, one of them I actually gifted a Pokeball. uh, but well, I intended to gift him a Pokeball. See, it was designed as a Pokeball. I wish I could get uh the I wonder if I have it though. Here, I'll actually take a photo of it and then show it on stream. Eh. It is known as the Pocket Ball, the pocket-sized orbular creature keeping and creature keeping enhancement tool ball. Eh. Where is it? Is that the notebook? Yes, it is. I have a whole ass journal for Emmett, and I even drew the inventions that he would make because I got this was me getting immersed into the game because it was my first character and I wanted to be in it. I wanted to make a Pokeball because my friend's rogue, as an arcane trickster, is a rogue who can cast spells. And what he loved even more is using his familiar to actually be a part of, even though normally familiars don't really have much in the way of combat, right? He wanted to use he uses familiar a lot outside of combat. I dropped a thing. Doop. Wait. No, retry it. You see? Okay, and then put that on there, and then I'll actually show it on stream because it was a fun. It was so much fun thinking about. I enjoyed the process of thinking in character what each of the other characters and players loved about their own characters, so that I, as you know, my character as an inventor, could treat it as part of his story. As you know, he's not just here being like every other artificer who just makes a gun or a weapon. Like, no, he makes things with intention. He makes things with. What's the gift coming back? What have you done to my emotions? One of them was, uh, I will. I uploaded it. I'm going to show it. He made three objects. Well, he made four items. One for himself, that is unfortunately named because I didn't realize it until after. There we go. The show it here, and then there we go. So this is the. I actually wrote this in character too, so I was just like, this palm-sized device. It was made with Garrett's fine familiar in mind. Since that day we met, Garrett has shown an obsession with pets and material objects. As I've heard from occasional reports, Garrett has often used Find Familiar to extend his senses as he has done in the past. As I myself have grown more powerful and experienced with my craft, I gained the ability to replicate the homunculus servant with my infusions. This device is whatever else I wrote, even though I put away my notebooks, I'm not going to read the rest of it. Correct. Right. I Again, it's literally a Pokeball, but it's because I can't say Pokeball. I can say, oh, it's a Pocket Ball. Let's do something dumb. It's funny that this still is part of the question of how much do you let your player cook. My DM let me cook. And I gotta tell you, I loved every moment of it. Oh man, because how do you design it to? It looks like something Pokemon would make. I mean, yeah, because instead of like the circular button, I was just like, okay, we work with crystals. We work with an artificer tends to work with malleable metal to shape them. You know, you if it was to be anything, these little lines would actually glow blue. I'd call it the familiar ball and maybe the return ball because you made it when you returned. I probably would too. I it's it the items I made them weren't even like to give them necessarily new abilities. right? It wasn't to give them something overpowered. It was just supposed to augment whatever abilities they already had. In which case, the rogue and my friend loved using Find Familiar. He loved using it to let his owl scout for us, scout ahead, you know, but he could never attack in battle. And I thought, okay, if my GM lets me do this, I want him to have the ability to turn his owl into an enhanced version of it so it has uh, stats adaptable in his own way to the similar way that my homunculus servant is. In which case, what I found, one, it helped me as a player figure out that there is an ability in to pretty much every player to attune to objects, right? Like some weapons you have to attune to them to, have your character actually make a connection with them to let the magical effects of a weapon, armor, or even item just uh yeah, like to fully connect with that character so that you can draw on its full capabilities, right? Otherwise, it's just a regular item. In this sense, I also found out it doesn't have to be a player. It just has to be a creature that can attune to items. And in this sense, uh, the item is not attuned to the player's character, to his rogue. Idea, size change option, Pokeball, natural, giant catcher ball for a dragon. Shh, don't give him ideas. Don't give him ideas. Because the homunculus servant is only supposed to be a tiny creature. It happened to fit in line with the animal of the owl, but technically, yeah. The intention of it is to follow the rules of homunculus servant, an object that my own character got to have, which acts the same way as a find familiar because except that it can actually attack in combat. And so I made him this Pokeball so that his owl can attune to it and become like a more powerful version of itself that actually can attack in combat. Right? Like it would not just act as like a safekeeping thing for his familiar to rest in later on, but more about to act as an armament. Like it forms as an armor once it's attuned. Right? Like when it's not in combat, he makes it poof, it goes back into its ball. But when it is, he summons the creature, the owl, back, and it forms an armor around it with a sphere. And then I was just like, well, Pokeball, the Poke in Pokeball, just short for pocket, as in pocket monster, right? But I was just like, let's do something dumber and let's turn it into a backronym for instead of just pocket. And you're still using the word pocket for the first word. It's a pocket-sized orbular creature keeping enhancement tool. So stupid. But yeah, technically, if you can convince your GM, if your GM is willing to work with you, that idea might work. I hear homunculus and think either Full Metal Alchemist or Migi from Parasite. Closer to Migi from Parasite. Honestly, closer to that. Like usually homunculus, even in even in Full Metal Alchemist, is simply a creature that has been formed through the mixture of the ingredients that were used in the making of it, right? Where a failed actually it did work that way in Full Metal Alchemist because they did technically have all the right ingredients for it that make up a human, right? But they didn't have a way to give it form or give it shape. They just had the ingredients and they had the memory. But when they used the spell, what they created was by definition a homunculus. And it was just a blob of flesh. And even there is also such a thing known as a lemure or a flesh mound in D&D, and I never want to go against one. But yeah, that among at least in definition, a homunculus is just a creature that is made as an amalgam of the ingredients that make them. In which this case, mine was, think of like if your Gundam figurine, your Gunpla, your little model figurine came to life and acts as your flying, living, near, not like sentient, but like a dumb AI kind of a thing. I mean, it's smart and it can do its calculations and attack, but it has to take orders, right? Flesh mount, like from Pathfinder, yeah. Pathfinder and D&D are kind of like just yeah. Pathfinder and D&D are technically Full Metal Alchemist and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where D&D is like the 2011 Full Metal Alchemist, and then Brotherhood is Pathfinder, where it stays closer to the original strategy game of the OG D&D, and yeah. But fashion like it's kind of cute, yeah. And his ugly, cute, ugly guy, little ugly cute, yeah. But yeah, uh, those are that do be how it do. The sad part is, unfortunately, I was not able to gift the item to my friend's character. It's just that I had to present what my character missed. The character arc is that he had grown more sentimental than he expected as an inventor, and it also gave him inspiration as an inventor to create these things. But the sad truth is that by the time he got back to the party members were gone. One of the party members, Mio, the cat cleric, like the big cat cleric, uh, who was kind of his kin as an inventor, as a forge cleric, ended up deciding to stay in the city of Candlekeep, which is basically a gigantic library of and like academy for wizards, knights, and anyone who wants to protect the various knowledge of and ancient secrets that are being kept protected in that city. The the Bardlock tiefling, his story is had come to basically a conclusion because he originally joined the party out of necessity of looking for help to retrieve his daughter's soul from a contract. Right? He knew that he couldn't get out of the contract, but he wanted a way. But the fulfilling the uh, requirements of said contract were near impossible. In which we had to steal. If you've ever played Baldur's Gate 3, it's called a nautiloid. It is a living biomechanical ship that looks like a floating enormous squid in the sky. And we had to steal one from an elder brain dragon within a volcano that was also surrounded by its army of mind flayers. That shit was so goddamn scary. We had to send it into a completely different dimension by sacrificing some magical items, and also my friend's rogue almost not making it out. And yeah, through the roll of the dice he managed to, and we managed to get the fuck away from there. So the fun part of D&D is, one, running away is always an option, and two, sometimes it's your best option. You are not meant to win every fight. You are not meant to simply defeat all your enemies in front of you. You are to make your choices and learn from it, maybe to fight another day to get more powerful, or you die. And for us, where I was playing my druid, it was the bard warlock tiefling, it was the rogue who recently came back to life after he died, and my character revived him into a new body. And the cat cleric, as well as a different mind flayer that was assisting our warlock in his contract, right? Because we don't even know why he needed the nautiloid. We just knew we are not heroes. We're here doing this because our boy asked us. He is he has been in our party enough that we trust him and to have our back, and that we will have it because goddamn. All right, fuck it, let's do it. Let's steal a nautiloid. We stole the ship. We didn't even kill any of the enemy because we couldn't. We were facing an army and a gigantic dragon that had been corrupted by an elder brain, like who controlled the hive mind of the mind flayers, taking over the body of a dragon. It was incomplete and it was in its weaker stage. We had no business being there. We were almost even infected, and you have to. The only way to get those. What? It doesn't breathe fire. It basically blasts you with a stream of fluid and and these mind flayer tadpoles that infect whomever gets in contact with it and fails to remove it. And the only way to do it is in one round, you have to heal someone 40 hit points. My character, like, usually it's supposed to be one 40 hit point curing spell, right? Healing spell. But in my character's case, my GM allowed it to be if you can heal people within an amount of healing that equates to 40 rather than just a single healing of 40, you will have cured them of it. Holy fuck, I was fighting for a completely different battle than everybody else. Because as a druid, yes, I have powerful spells, but I have to adapt into knowing when it's time to heal and when it's time to fight. Oh. Oh, I know the feeling. And remember, it's not running away, it's a tactical retreat. In that sense, holy fuck, we gotta go. Oh man, I almost even forgot the fact that, like, it actually wasn't the mind flayer that joined us. It was a gem dragon that had been captured, and we freed them. And in freeing them, they gave us a chance to use the last wish in their wishing lamp after we had escorted them back into their lair. That wish is still available, by the way, but the only two players, not the only two players, the only two characters who know of that wish and actually has use for that wish to bring back our boy um, are not in the party. So that information is useless until somehow it gets married into the what is known. But they use the nautiloid to traverse dimensions. We traverse it to find the place where our warlock's contractor had originally come from. In which case, we didn't get to see them, but we got to see the Mind Flayer contact that they actually had, who helped us to more accurately steer the Nautiloid. Because what we ultimately needed it for wasn't just to get the ship, but rather the ship was to help us cross dimensions into hell. This is us going in from like level 8 to 10, by the way. We, again, oh, not even, actually, no, it wasn't from level 8 to 10. It was like level 9 to like 11. And then when we came back from hell, that was around level 12. That's not even the craziest thing we did. But yeah, we had to find our way into hell. We had to steal something from the archdemon Mammon. And to do so, we staked out their palace. Like, the entire level of that hell was their domain. And we had to. It's funny, this is completely off topic, but it's fun. We had to. Well, not necessarily completely off topic, right? Because it's still technically knowing what you do in the spotlight. In this case, the spotlight. This is a story arc of our friend, the Bardlock, right? Because it's him fulfilling the contract. My character was not even in the party, and this character that I'm playing now, the druid, is someone not necessarily who's not necessarily operating with a deeper um, backstory. Rather, she just has wanderlust and finally had a chance and joined the party because they presented her with a chance to go on an adventure and explore more of the world and experiences that she otherwise would have had as a simple astronomer druid. And rather than having like a deep backstory full of like tragedy, emotions, she created a story of her own. And that was a fun thing to explore. But like I said, she was not the focus of this story. She was not the focus. It was the warlock, and everyone kind of decided because he's in the spotlight. Okay, we're going to support you. We're going to let you be the focus whenever there's a chance for you to speak it because one, you are a tiefling, and this is kind of your element. We will follow your um, we'll follow your lead. We'll let you have a chance to shine, and then if there's a chance for any of us to shine either in tracking, scouting, we'll handle that, but for whatever you can't. But until that time comes, you get to take the lead in this adventure. You get to be the face of the group, you get to be the things, right? And in D&D, yeah, that is part of giving respect, staying interested in another player's story to knowing where it's not technically your turn, quote unquote, right? Like you get to take a step back, you get to pay attention and kind of let the burden of storytelling be out, like be away from your shoulders and just allow someone else flourish, because knowing that you'll have your own time when it comes up, right? And in this case, yeah, our GM even found a way to include part of the backstory of my friend's character rogue, who the pocket ball was intended for. And part of it was they were part of his old crew, and somehow they ended up in hell because one of them was a paladin. And holy crap. Well, all right. We'll You guys managed to sneak into hell, but you need help getting to where you need to. So one of our challenges was before we can separate away from them, they will help us sneak into somewhere else, but we need to scratch their back by helping them sneak into another place. And things just kind of worked that way. We got to have a side story for the rogue while letting it play into the main story arc of the warlock, and it was great. So that's two people going in. The other two people took a step back. Totally fine. And in this case, when we finally came into it, we were at the palace. We staked it out. We found an imp and basically adopted it into our party. He got to live, and spoiler alert, he gets to make it out of hell and is now working for the warlock whose contract is completed. But before that, we had to sneak into the palace. How did we do it? We played away from the common sense of the material plane and ended up with the common sense of hell. You don't just try to deceive them, you use the laws of hell against itself, because demons are chaotic. Devils, they work with laws. They work with laws and contracts, and they will follow it. They will play into it, but they will follow it, right? They don't their weaponry isn't so much lies, it's actually truth and how to use the omission. So hilariously, honesty is a devil's best weapon, because if there is enough truth to your statements, right, then they can't they can't claim uh you will be your bread and butter is technicality. It's bureaucracy, Jesus Christ. But in this case, the warlock decided, okay, I am technically part of a completely different order from hell, at least in terms of like contractor, and I'm going to use what I know of them to act as an auditor from them. And so we're going to audit the castle. So fucking stupid. We're the audit. We were part of the audit, and then two of us hid inside a cart because we were small enough. The other one acted as his guard because he could not hide inside a cart. He was too big. Um, and then he managed to distract the guards by being like, "All right, well, let us see how you behave in the aspect of lust. It's orgy time." Because that's also D&D. Sometimes you use the dumbest, most fucked up, so long as it's allowed and so long as it's within consent of everybody at the table, uh, strategies and even scenarios. In which case, here, yeah, like it, devil orgy. Let's see how they do. Okay, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Let's get the heck out of here. Let's sneak in. It's not like we went descriptive, but we use that as a distractive of okay, they're doing their job, and we snuck into the vault. I just snapped back to reality. Did I see orgy? Yep. Hey, listen, it's hell. There is the demon, like these not demon. There is the hell's level of the devils of lust, and we just happen to be in one of those near levels where it's like, okay, let's see how your selfishness goes. Let's see how your wrathfulness goes. It's time for a little bit of lust. And while they were distracted with trying to show the auditor, who's not even in the room anymore, how well they can behave under the clauses of lust and orgy, we snuck into the labyrinth of the Archdemon Mammon, where we got attacked by a pile of coins because there was an entire mimic pile of Electrum. Because of course, the only person who would the only type of people who would use Electrum are devils. Canon to our campaign because fuck them. I hate me and my friend. We all hate Electrum. It's a bullshit coin. But we snuck into it. We even bypassed ideas. I turned my party into spiders to sneak into a crack in the wall in a tunnel that we otherwise would have been super dangerous. And we now have, as a party, 400,000 Electrum coins, to which in gold is 200,000 gold or 100,000 platinum. Jesus, or not even like 10,000. No, 20,000 platinum. Jesus, we stole from the archdevil, and we managed to get a few things out of it. One of them being the actual item that our warlock was supposed to steal. We stole a nautiloid from an elder brain dragon that helped us get into hell. We could infiltrate into an archdevil's uh, palace, into their vault, and finally steal the item. I completely forgot what that item was, but the other thing that we stole, and the reason why the pocket ball is unused even today, which will be the ending of that story, is we found a deck of many things. And to anyone who's familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, the deck of many things is one of the most game powerful and game breaking, sometimes even campaign breaking items. It's just that powerful and that much of a gamble. And our rogue had the biggest flaw of wanting to know how things work. He was our biggest gambler, our biggest button pusher, and we knew it. And at the same time, we also totally was okay with him doing it because we knew that it was just going to be a matter of time till he hit something bad. Was he going to continue it? Fuck yeah, he was. Was it going to end badly for him? Yeah. Did he pull 13 cards out of 22, both negative and positive, until finally he pulled the one card that essentially takes his entire character out of the campaign. Yeah, he pulled the Void card, which, as it reads, your character drops their clothing, their items, and whatever they're carrying and wearing at the time onto the ground. And their body and their soul is transported into, I believe, a crystal or some sort of stasis, like object to keep them in stasis so they don't age. They are trapped within that space, guarded by a very dangerous creature of the GM's choice. In a dimension of the GM's choice that the players cannot find unless they have a wish spell. Now, if you remember, we had rescued a gem dragon who allowed us to have the final use of the wish spell. The unfortunate part, however, is that my character, Emmett, the only one of the entire party that delves into the knowledge of magical items and its histories and how they work, someone who is the most likely to have heard that the only way to find out the location of our now missing rogue is to use a wish spell that the gem dragon has, is not currently in the party. He is on his way back to the party, but he is not in the party. And so, well, they can't use the knowledge of, oh my god, let's just use a wish spell, because none of them know how the deck of many things truly works aside from drawing items. We were so close out of hell, too. He just kept drawing cards. He even went into, like, what's it called? Because we successfully completed it, we just needed to get out of hell. But he fell into the trap, not fell into the trap of the GM, but like he fell into the trap of hell where there was just something to steal or to take from a cavern, that something that was known to be riches, and that various creatures from the different planes had known about its opening and decided, let's hey Gail. Oh man, I was just lurking on your I would imagine. Guys, we haven't had a chance. Go check out Mr. Gale. They are one of the players from my Monday campaign. She is probably apparently currently drunk. Drunk rated out to yours. Yeah, that's about complete vibe shift. Uh, she was just doing a drunk karaoke, apparently. That's so funny. That's an understatement. Oh, man. Yeah. Yeah, but welcome in, guys. Gail, if you got to get some rest, I fully understand. Guys, my name is Shea Tomato. If you probably already know me, considering I was in the chat and also one of the mods. But, I mean, tonight I am doing another Ales at the Yapping Porthole, mostly solo, but it's right now, while we're technically on topic, off topic, kind of just like yapping the night away in story time. From me yelling at you, of relaxing yapping, yelling to relaxing yapping. Yeah, but yeah, it's funny that this is such a long-winded tale of why of my character Emmett, who invented a Pokeball, which you guys didn't get to see it, but you know what? I'll show it back on screen. Let me see. So the reason I'm talking about hell in the first place is because one, we started the stream talking about Pokemon, and yeah, we literally started the stream talking about Pokemon. Two, the Pokemon D&D that my brain that the reeling demon had gotten to experience, and one, it just kind of fit into the moment, and the topic of what you can do for your character to push their own narrative and their stories, even when they're not in the party, right? Even if their story is taking a break, how do you continue to think, like, how do you continue to tell their story in some way? And in which case, here For us, we ended up with my pocket ball. Yes, I drew this. Yes, it is a magic item that I got to create in game. No, the character does not did the that it was intended for my friend the player did not get to use this item. This item is still within the canon of this world, which my players of the same Monday campaign are getting a chance to play in, where I'm the player of where this of the timeline where this item was created, but I'm also GMing the world with my GM's permission, at which this item was created, and just two years later. Uh, but the main reasoning for it is one, we helped our warlock steal a ship from mind flayers to get us into hell, to steal from an archdevil so that our warlock could fulfill the contract for a different archdevil. And on our journey back from hell, and because we found a deck of many things, our rogue, who the pocket ball was intended for, kept pulling cards because he was just not like not even really compelled to, but like his main flaw is that I gotta know the items, and we just didn't get out of hell fast enough for him to stop and get the cards away from him. And yet, like in character, we wanted him to stop. We wanted him to we wanted to get out of hell, bury the cards somehow, and stop him from drawing the cards. Out of character, fucking pull that shit. Pull it. You're gonna have a bad time. Pull it. Let's see how many times you can pull this card before the bad stuff happened. And in the end, the bad stuff happened. His character is still in a completely different dimension. We have not gotten to use the wish spell even after my character returned, because again, the information of knowing how the cards work would have been found by my original character Emmett, but because I chose to have his character take a break, he didn't get a chance. He wasn't the one who went into he was not the one to go into hell and identify uh, the deck of many things. He doesn't know that in order to find the rogue, you have to have a wish spell. Even though we technically, as a party, have access to a wish spell via the gem dragon that we saved and paid our party with one use of a wish spell later on. And by the time my character came back, my druid does not know who my artificer is. Neve, my druid, does she has no reason outside of knowing that he is one of the original members of the party to say hello and report to him that hey, your friend had gone missing because he pulled a card and now his body is transported away. Okay, where is the deck of many things? We buried it in hell before we left it. We buried it in hell, taking the stuff from his uh, the pile of belongings back into the material plane out of hell, so that it could be put into inventory until hopefully he comes back if we can find him. But because we left the item buried, then we can't identify it. The only way to do so is if we continue pressing that story, which we might. We don't know. We might have to find a way to we might have to find a completely different way to discover how the deck of many things work. And in doing so, because we ultimately had to give up the the nautiloid from that we used to get into hell. As part of the contract, it was only allowed for us to use to get into hell and then out. But after that, had to give it back. Not give it back to who we stole it from, but to give it back to his contractor. Um, in which case, yes, it was returned. His contract, like our warlock's contractor, fulfilled their end by releasing his daughter's soul, and at the same time removing his tiefling abilities and returning him back to his human form. So our bard lock is now just a normal bard. Went back to his own run tavern that he gets to enjoy with his daughter, as well as his new uh, employee intern, the imp that we recruited from hell to have his character's story and conclusion. Again, what does that technically have to do? One, my character, by staying in the background, got to develop a sense of, while our bardlock got to complete his story and his story arc outside of that my character's view, and reach the good ending with his daughter and an imp and his own tavern. My character coming back into the story, realizing that two members have now left the party because his contract with the party has been complete. One of them has completely disappeared, and the only other one who was in the party has decided to stay in one of the major cities. Gail is drunk, so she's not going to understand this. Gail, if you're still here, this is technically not even spoiler. It's just things that exist in the world, and your group exists 2 years later. So get wrecked. You don't know if any of this information still remains true. Uh, but my character ended up developing a sense of separation anxiety. So, like I said, from the real ink demon from before, when you were telling me, or when you were telling me, I like to think that your character had learned to develop to be a better person. He did, only to kind of take 3 steps back into realizing he needs to get stronger even more so that he doesn't lose any more party members. Because even before then, 2 of our IRL members had to move away. So one character had to leave due to, one, she got apprenticeship as a witch, and he got to design his pet companion after her name was Constance, but his Steel Defender got to be named as Chelsea, who's modeled after a halfling, um, kind of to be more of an homage to, like an homage dedicated to that player and her player character, um, and at the same time kind of helps with his own character to be like, he wants to build his own family, so he built a daughter of his own. And then our first cleric had to leave due to work constraints, scheduling constraints, and could no longer play with us. So he stayed in one of the other cities that we had helped to rescue um, early on in the campaign, but he didn't really get a chance to get to know that character well enough to dedicate something towards them. But aside from like being like, okay, um, our cleric is gone, someone needs to take care of the healing in the party, and he tends to fill that role more often than not. But now we have the rogue who is missing. His pocket ball that was intended to be a gift is unusable. The intended gift for the bard lock was supposed to uh, augment his hat of disguise with an alter self augmentation. So it was an item to be combined with his item so that while the disguise remains fake in terms of clothing, the body transformations become real. So that way the illusion helps to be more convincing, even if it's just slightly more. It's a stack of 2 different spells. Uh, but, it's basically turned an uncommon item to a very rare, more powerful item without it being too powerful, right? Like if it's too powerful and overly reliable, then it might be broken and might have to be nerfed in some way. But that's what it was. So, but he didn't get to say goodbye to that character as they left before he had a chance. So he essentially had to send it via messenger, paying a lot of money to make sure that it got to its intended recipient. So at least that gift got to stay. The other gift was um, what's it called? I might have to take another picture. It's a Kirby. Oh man, did I take a picture of it? It is in the. Ooh, wait, did I? Wait, I might have. Images. Image from. Uh, wait. From. Ah, my brain, my brain. Image. No. From. No. Oh, author type. What? Yeah, whatever. But yeah, it was the last one. The last item that he made for one of the other members was a small cat that looked like Kirby, who was surfing on a sword that was made to look like his flying sword. Because it basically is just like a broom. It's a sword with the abilities of a broom of flying. Because the player wanted it, and my GM was just like, "Yeah, bet, let's do it." Um, and let's have reasonings behind it. So he got to have an animated. Uh, it would essentially be like an Ioun stone, which is a floating object of the person attuned to it, but it's a spell of it's a ring of spell storing just in the form of a flying cat, right? Because I asked all the players what they wanted or what they would have wanted, and at the same time they granted me free reign of imagination, and I said, "Bet I'm going to augment your abilities." And the other one was just like, "I don't really have anything I want to augment, but it would be nice to have this." And I said, "Bet I'll do it with that too." So two players got to have their items. I got to have my own item that I created for myself, which lets me imbue my weapons, be it a sword or be it a gun, with elemental energy. Um, but the Pokeball, sadly, did not get a chance to, um, yeah, did not get a chance to be used and is still unused to this day. Now, how the hell do I tie that back into the topic of tonight, which is what to do in the shadows? Very carefully. No. So tonight I have been talking about, what your characters do outside of the light, outside of the spotlight, how to push your narrative away from it. Now, I've been talking about the social aspect of it for the most part, and also went into a completely almost 2 hour long tangent because I talk about myself too much. Oops. The social aspect of it being, as a GM and as a player, kind of learning what it means to give respect to the other players, which is one, understanding that the session has a limited amount of time. Well, I guess this will be more of the mechanical parts that I want to get into before I get, like, I've been talking mostly social and narrative, and then I want to get into the mechanical parts. The social part of it is giving respect to the other players in terms of getting into the same page, understanding what expectations you want from the adventure that you're going to have with the other players, as well as reciprocating that expectation to them. You know, putting your best foot forward should come first before you expect anything from all the other players. If you even if like if you should come to expect something from them, which again, it's a give and take. There's a level of expectation where they will respect your time, your narrative, your story that you want to tell with your character. If your character wants to be a little bit more serious, if they want to be more fun loving, right? Like, you have to communicate what it is that you want out of that character and out of the story. And at the same time, be willing to ask first what the others also want, especially the GM, because it is their campaign. And as a GM, you should also, while you have your own story to tell and own way of running the campaign, understanding that your story, just like how the characters will end up completely different than what they probably expected and created them for, your story also will change in various ways, ending and even proceeding completely outside of your desires and your purview. Like you don't know how the players are going to react to your story. You don't know how interested they'll be. You don't know how interesting you're going to make it, and you especially don't know what's actually going to happen until it actually does. It's all not yet. I'm still yapping, buddy. But yeah, it is how you say, like it's basically like it's Schrodinger's story. You don't know what parts of the stories are going to parts of the stories, parts of the players and GM's interests are going to be cemented into the campaign until those moments truly pass. Until you and the players either talk it out and say, okay, this is what I'm okay with, this is what I uh, want to let happen, this is what I don't want to let happen, or this is what I understand I have to let go of and accept and let happen differently, shit like that. Now, narratively, in that same way, like social and narratively, you don't know if your story is going to even be told. You don't know if the story that you want to tell or is going to ever make it out into the light, right? Just like how my character stepped out of the spotlight and campaigned completely for 2 years in real life to let stew the fact that he's learning from the dwarves in a secret hidden city to improve his magic crafting. And then coming back to the party, hoping to deliver magical items as gifts to his party, only to find out not only are they leaving the party, but one of them is entirely gone. And deciding for myself as a player and as a storyteller, how does that affect him? In which case, he is one of the original members, and he's the one to return into the main party, and all other members that have ever joined from the beginning to now are essentially stepped away from the group. Even though one of them is still technically part of it, he's staying out of the group to study his own, just like he did in a completely different city. One of them is staying to tell a little bit more of his journey. One of them completed their journey, and one of them is just completely gone. And you have to be okay with some doors opening, some doors closing, and taking in that information and learning how to move on from it. Right? Like that's, like I said, like part of uh, stepping out, like knowing what happens outside of the spotlight. In which case, here now he's actually stepping back. He stepped back into the spotlight, and even though that was out, I also still had to consider, okay, does my second character stay with the party? Does she leave? Or what is she doing? In which case, she had to step away from the party while also helping the party get somewhere first until she could leave on her own journey because she had a request that she had to fulfill on her own, right? But she only needs to be let known uh, what the party is doing, where the party is, and in case they need help, because she actually has ways to get back to the party immediately, right? Like they've already established pathways for her, and she's fine. She just needs to know what's going on, and she can come back anytime. In which case, me as the player, I have decided do not come back for a long time. Do not come back for a long time because if I have to talk to myself again, being like, "Hi there, my name is Emmett. Oh, hello, my name is Neve. It's good to meet you. Heard you're one of the original members. Oh, I am. Well, I mean, yes, but we have met that one time before. So, but that was about 3 months ago. And it's like, oh right, you're the. Sorry, it's just a lot happened. I cannot do that. I will have a fucking nosebleed if I have to talk to myself as a player in two different characters again, and it's gonna drive me insane. So that's also one of those things of you have to decide for yourself what story beats and lines and even like situations you want to do, right? What you want to execute. My friend decided on his own term. I just saw what you did. I do not have the patience to deal with that. And so when it came to his turn to speak to his own other character, he was like, my character is going to see them. He is going to jump out of a window. And I said, you bastard. You let me do that? And you jumped out of a window. And he said, yep, you. If you ever see Sin Spawn in the chat, he's my boy, and he's the one who did that. Oh man, but yeah, uh, but those are the narrative beats and the social beats. When it comes to the mechanical beats, it's more along the lines of there's out of combat, but a lot of times it turns into the strategy portion of the game, where you know what I did want to technically tackle is, what do you do when it's not your turn, right? Like, what do you do when it's not your story to be told? Where do you step back? And in this case, it becomes more minute when it comes to combat, right? Because what do you do when it's not your turn in combat? What do you do when it's another person, another player is doing their own thing, or if the dungeon master is taking the enemy's turn, right? How do you stay interested? And the social aspect of the game was the first thing I basically covered, then the narrative, because to me, at least in my point of view, the social aspect of the game takes precedence over everything else because that's what brings you all there together, right? And improving on that helps the mechanical and narrative parts of the game actually flow a lot better because if you can help push each other's narratives, each other's stories, if you can have the patience to take a step back when it's necessary, to pay attention when it is most necessary, even if the story has nothing to do with you, to let your character feel interesting. And that music kind of went in, holy crap. Uh, to let your character feel interesting so that, and at the same time, letting everyone else's characters feel interesting in their own moments, right? That also happens in combat. And at the same time, what I was talking about before is part of the narrative is how do you help the players and even yourself as like the NPCs? How do you keep certain parts and certain story beats stay interesting, right? Like, how do you keep aura even if you or the players have been rolling poorly all night? Again, nobody likes to feel bad, and their morale will go down if all you're telling them is failure after failure. If you're telling them, oh, that doesn't hit, this doesn't hit, you miss. Every little thing that kind of just is completely out of their control as players, and it still feels like they're doing something wrong. Like maybe they're missing a story beat. Like, okay, even if they did everything right, they used cover, they used distractions, they created scenarios that otherwise should have passed, but they just rolled really poorly. And it's so demoralizing if they don't get to feel the weight of it. And once you have that down with understanding from a social aspect of the game, how to read the room, right? How to read the vibe of the table. Is it getting boring? Is it getting interesting? Is the party getting demoralized? Is one player feeling as if they're getting left out? How do you deal with those? right? And then you have the narrative. When you have identified, someone failing a lot, or maybe even succeeding or over succeeding, or be it a player or the scene or the NPCs, how do you meld the narrative to keep the essence of the scene and the overall mood of what's happening and what someone is doing, and play it regardless of the role? Like, you're not overturning a role, but you are using it in some way. Does someone miss their attack? How do you describe them missing the attack without telling them that they just miss? Okay, narrative wise, my favorite example from that one video, instead of telling them that they miss, and have gotten to use this, describe how they miss. Describe how dangerous they still are, even if they do miss, right? To which, in that video, it actually led to someone role playing a lot more, even though they originally were like more murder hobo, or just more, I just want to swing at something, I don't care about role play. But instead of missing their attack didn't hit, but instead of saying it outright, the enemy manages to just dodge your sword as you cleave it downward, and rather than hitting them, hits the table in front of them, absolutely crushing it in half as you drive your blade down, uh from the yeah from yeah as you drive your blade down, and they are visibly shaken from the attack. In which case, if you want to let it happen, if you want to let it affect that NPC as a DM and as a character mechanically, sure. Maybe the next strike will have a better chance. Maybe they slip. I've done it in combat. It totally works and it's fun. The character missed their attack, sure, but it followed a different attack from another player, so that even though their attack missed, they managed to help foster fear into the enemy to the point where they actually fell back, and it granted another player a chance to continue the momentum from their missed attack to a more successful one. Yes, they didn't get to deliver it, but they didn't just do nothing. They didn't just miss. There is something else that can happen, and as a GM, uh, you have a chance to take the momentum of combat and let it affect not either terrain or the enemies, right? Like, you get to let the failures of the players feel like remain having weight, and having an effect on whomever they're facing. Maybe it makes them overconfident, and at the same time, in that moment, overconfident enough to dodge the first strike, and then just barely dodge the second strike, causing them to slip on the snow because holy shit, they really should not have lived, and they're now pissing themselves. In which case, you know, I didn't have to say at all that they missed. I just had to say, well, this guy understands he is fucked, and he is now currently reassessing his life choices. Right, like sometimes shit just that happens. And the other mechanical parts is, again, what happens when it's not your turn. Do you, as a player, simply, like, it's good to pay attention to everyone else's moments in the story, but in combat, at the same time, yeah, there should be enough time for you to pay attention to what someone is doing, so that you know where the momentum of combat is headed towards, and that you're not caught in surprise when it comes to your turn. And two, as with any strategy, you should already be planning out your next move, right? Where, narrative wise and player wise, you're not necessarily just waiting for your next turn to talk, or like your next moment to talk, so you can do another cool one liner or a joke, but rather you get to choose how to push your narrative, like your story, or your characters, or what they know, or how to help someone else push their story, right? Like, you take the information that you get into account at any given moment, when even if your character is not necessarily involved, and decide for yourself what you can help to happen next, right? That way, combat flows faster, narrative flows faster, characters can interact, characters can find the overlap between each and every one of them, right? Like, okay, your characters might butt heads with each other, but they have few things in common. Maybe the spotlight is on you both now, where otherwise it wasn't on before. Okay, if you're paying attention, if it's not your turn to talk, if it's not your scene, if it's not your story, if you're paying attention to another person's story, you can find where their character overlaps with yours and maybe plan out some scenes, even if it's actually planning out scenes with the other player, or plotting in secret to how you can help them or yourself feel even better, cooler, right? But in combat, you know, paying attention to what's happening in combat, and at the same time, it's a difficult skill, not necessarily a difficult skill, but it's easy to learn, a little bit harder to master, because it's a line you kind of have to ride, right? Where, okay, people might be taking their turns slower or faster. How about your turn? Is it taking you 2 minutes? Like, are you planning your next move, uh, while everyone else is taking their turns, while at the same time giving just enough time to pay attention to what their intentions are in combat, so that you can base your next attack, defense, or utility to help foster or set up the next big thing, or shift the tide of combat to your favor as a party, or even to disrupt the enemy so that they either cannot move as they like, or to help another player do their big thing, even if yours is going to be a little bit smaller, right? Every little bit push counts. Or are you going to take 15 minutes to do your turn because you don't know your own spells, you don't know your own capabilities, you don't know what it is you want to do, you weren't paying attention, you were playing with the dice? Again, part of the social aspect is just respect the other player's time, as well as the other player should be etiquette wise, should be respecting your time, but you should be also respecting their time first. If you and each other are kind of holding yourselves accountable for each of these portions of the game, eventually it'll start to run more smoothly, right? Like, yeah, okay, maybe someone else is taking their turn a lot longer than you'd like. If it has to come to a discussion, make it known. Is someone taking too much time on their turn? Make it known, right? Like, it sucks to be told that you're doing, not necessarily doing something wrong, but like how you do your thing might be not getting in the way of someone, but like is in sense uh kind of disrespecting the time of everyone else, right? Like, no one likes to feel rushed, but at the same time, if you're taking too long, the vibe of the combat, which is supposed to be dangerous and, like, heavy, is like, it's if you're taking like 15 minutes turn, the vibe is probably gone already, because no, people get bored. They want to take their turn. They want to do. Everyone wants to feel cool. But if it takes you like more than 5 minutes to even take your turn, which five minutes is already generous. 2 minutes, to me, in my opinion, is honestly more than enough. And I'm biased because I actually take my turns in less than 2 minutes. 2 minutes to me is a long time to be like, okay, uh, in those 2 minutes, if the first minute isn't like is the first minute is usually just asking, okay, here is my questions of information that I want to poke and prod of what's possible for me here and in this moment. But I want to ask simple questions That way, if I have more than one, if I have more than three, they can be answered quickly by the GM, even if it's not like too difficult of a ruling. If it is a more difficult part of a ruling, I'll keep it on the low count and I'll keep it on the quick. If we have to move on from it, we move on from it. And then the other minute is spent actually pulling it off. Here is my action. Here is my bonus action. Here is my movement. Here is my free action. That is usually how my turns go. Because one, I hate having to wait for turns. I know for myself that it would be annoying for other people to wait on me, especially for most spellcasters, to wait 5 to 15 minutes just to take their own turn or just to get past my turn. So I have learned to uh, I've learned to check out what my characters are capable of doing completely even out of even out of session. I just like a GM, like this is where my GM brain goes as a player, is getting to know your character as you should. Because once the higher levels hit, you're going to have more spells, you're going to have more abilities, you're going to have more words and rulings that you have to deal with as a player. If you're a year in and you don't know what your character is capable of doing, the sad part is you're not really respecting yourself enough to, you know, get to know who your character is, get to know where they are in their own story. In which case, if you wanted a deeper story and you didn't give your character enough room to actually like give them a little bit more thought, right? And at the same time, you didn't get like from a social aspect, you didn't get to learn the rules enough so that you can respect not only your time, but your GM's time and your other players' time to take your turns in less than 5 minutes and to get to know your rulings. And then two, you kind of lock yourself out from what your character is truly capable of in combat and out of combat. The amount of things that people can come up with that is creative in this game is insane. Like what they can come up with is hilarious and crazy and usually game breaking, even if it's ultimately just left into theory and not usable at all because you'd have to find a GM that will allow you to use these certain things. But even then, the biggest reason that they can find out those things and why those things are possible is because they get to learn the rules. They get to learn the basic mechanics, the core rulings. How do certain spells work? What weapons can your character use? What weapons can your character use in a turn, and how many times can they use it? And at the same time, what can they use along with that weapon? What spells can they use? What potions? What part of their senses? What can they do with their free action? It's free action to cry, but okay, what else can you do? Can you open a door? Yeah, you can attack. You can move through an open door to attack someone, maybe once or twice, depending on your class or spells, and then move back if you still have the movement type, and use your free action to close the door so that the enemy cannot. So that your enemy, or even like topple down maybe a shelf, right? Something that's not too difficult to do in your free action, so that your enemy has a harder time to move out of the room, has a harder time aiming at you, and maybe even completely nullifies their ability to aim at you, right? And you can do that with a free action because so long as you know how it works and so long as you know how cover rules work, hey yo, you're pretty much good. And you can do so much in a single turn. Like, let's take Emmett and what he can do in a single turn here now at what he's capable of at level 15 and what he has done. Not many times have I gotten to solo, but in one of the most in our most not memorable, one of our most major battles, everyone had to split and basically solo their own combats to save people that were important to them, as the greater part of the combat had kind of shifted, right? Because we were up against multiple hags, but we dwindled their numbers. They tried to escape. They tried to use characters against us, and so we had to separate and go up against our own enemies. And in my case, I am technically a party of three with Emmett, his steel defender, and his homunculus servant. What I know with him is that, not like weapon attacks, he has two attacks. He has the ability to haste himself. He has the ability to turn himself giant. But I know how concentration rules work. I know what can go wrong in a single turn, right? And we took it all into the single combat, and at the same time, I still had to learn all of these things enough to understand. Okay, I'm going to cast haste on myself. I'm in one turn. I'm going to cast haste on myself, and then I'm going as an action so that I gain a third attack should I need it, and move faster and be harder to hit, and I can fly. On the same, and as a bonus action, I can gain the second effects of an enlarged spell to turn my character into medium giant. It's a large creature, right? So I have haste, and I hit harder. I'm harder to hit, and I hit harder, and I'm faster. And now I can fire my gun 3 times. So my first attack is completely all set up, right? Like I understand that. So we do the setup. Turn one, okay, good. My action, haste. Bonus action, enlarge. Movement action, I'm flying above. Free action, not really. Putting my weapon away so that I can switch to a new one on the next round. That's it. That's all it took. That took me less than 2 minutes to say out loud. And the first minute being like, I want to know what the terrain is. Do I have the is there enough room for me to fly? Uh, what what is the better positioning for me here and now? In which case, flying. This guy can't jump, and I can fly high up, and I have a gun. Good enough for me. 10, 15 minutes later, it comes back to my turn. What's my turn? Well, I use a bonus action to activate my my magical ring that I invented for my character, which imbued my revolver with I forgot what attack, what element it was, but it doesn't matter because first attack 1 bullet, second attack another bullet, third attack, which is the haste attack, is the third bullet. Simple enough. All I said was I'm going to make 3 attacks with my revolver. I'm going to roll all 3d20 just to see which ones hit, and then I'll roll the damage afterwards. My bonus action is already used. My movement action is just to stay above. Uh, and at the same time, not like I can't attack with my steel defender or my homunculus servant. The only thing they have to do, even though I'm playing 3 characters in one character, they're just moving into spots where they're not getting hit. My character is drawing aggro, and in case they get a chance to do their own attacks on the third turn, well, then I get more attacks. So 3 attacks, no other attack. I keep my moves simple so that I get my turn out of the way, and at the same time, I get to tell both the GM and the other players that I know what I'm doing enough to plan out something bigger, and at the same time that I'm keeping combat moving. So even though they don't have a lot of time to prep before their turn comes after mine, what happened was, like, in reality, we all started getting better and better at doing it. So combat doesn't even really take that much longer for us, right? Like, like what I'm used to seeing is, okay, it's your turn now. What are you gonna do? It's like, okay, uh, boy, I'm not sure what I can do here. Would it be good if I use this spell though? It's like, is this fine? and then asking players. And I'm like, you could have asked this outside of your turn. You could have literally asked this in the chat if it's a virtual tabletop, or quietly aside, uh, talk to one of the other players if it is a live table, right? Pass on notes if you have to, right? Like, like I said, this is the part of like working out of the spotlight where things get more minute, because planning out your turn and paying attention to the battle uh, become a little bit more difficult because you have so much information. But if you have the core pieces of information of your character and the combat down, then you don't have to worry too much, and you can keep your moves a lot more simple. And then outside of session, before the combat ever starts, if you're starting next session as a combat, plan stuff out with the other players. You guys have a chance, if their GM is giving you a chance to see the map and how the situation is unfolding. If you wrote down notes, use it. If the other characters have a certain plan, ask them if they have a certain plan. That way you have information uh to base your next plans on. If someone has a much more destructive plan for against the enemies, great. That means you get to decide for yourself. Okay, do you take the lead in this with your own big plan, or do you get to help someone else do their big plan, and maybe even at the chance of saving your own resources, your spells, potions, weaponry, whatever, whatnot, ammo, to help them do their own thing. These are this is stuff you do in the background. This is stuff you do like you learn to end the battle before it even begins. Or better yet, if it's just that long of a combat because it's just that difficult, it's not cheating to talk to your party. If people think it's cheating to talk to your party about what they want to do next, then one, they have metagaming wrong. I'm sorry, but you do. That's not metagaming. It's literally part of the start. It's part of the strategy portion of the game, where you're essentially taking a war game that is D&D and being like, okay, here's our party. Here's what we want to do. Right? You're not metagaming in this part. You're literally just taking the strategy and actually team building. Yeah, you could do it in the game, but it's going to take you like what, 10, 15 minutes just to take your turn? Fuck that. End it. Not like end it, but like, you know, you have the leeway. That's what that's what the out of session discussions are for. If you're doing that to scenes that you otherwise can't be a part of or shouldn't be a part of, and your characters have no way of knowing, then you might be metagaming. But at the same time, certain scenes, even if other players are not involved, you know, narratively, maybe there's something about your character that you don't see, but another player does. It's okay to ask for advice. It's okay to choose. Okay, maybe you don't want their influence, right? Or maybe you do. Maybe you want their guidance. Maybe someone knows your class better than you do, and maybe someone remembers something about what your character has that you forgot because it's just a strenuous scene that um, you might have tunnel visioned outside of it, and you needed that reminder. That's not technically cheating. If they're using that information so that they can find a way to find you, then it would be cheating. But if it's just in the self-reflexive portion of here's what your character can do, you don't have to take this information to heart, but here's just stuff that your character can do that I hope you remember. And then you decide based on what you now should have known anyway. Maybe you have new pathways. Maybe you can do something else, right? And then proceed from there. Outside of that, and I mean, as a GM, one, you really should be just paying attention to what the players are doing, right? Your enemies have their own goal. Enemies, your NPCs and your villains have their own goals. They have their own things that they need to do, and you need to decide how to help the danger. How to either not lead those NPCs into victory, but kind of help the story move on so that the players can feel the agency of the moment. If If it's just like combat and killing, okay, eventually that'll lose its novelty. But once, like, even though it's not directly said, if you can find ways to one, help the players keep interest to what you are talking about, not talking about, like, part of the story that you're trying to tell, and combat just happens to be a part of it, with whatever goals that they're trying to push. Is it an escort mission? Is it a last stand sort of combat? Is it a puzzle type of combat? Some way or another, you get to deliver information to the party, and they get, if you can get them interested in all of that, then you will have done its job. And as a player, one, the easy, not the easiest, but like the most not basic, I guess, but like one of the core parts is knowing your character enough to shorten the amount of time you take for your turns. After that, you can start to push it back into the narrative portion, where just like the GM has the NPCs with their own goals, your character has their own goals. How do you push your character's desires, their drives, even maybe their own story, even during combat? Do they push a little bit of betrayal? Do they want to deceive the party in any way? And do they do so by modifying their play style, not play style, their combat style, to hide aspects of their character from the other players? You could totally do that. There's ways to tell stories even in the mechanical side, where part of it is, if you want to fool the other players, you nerf yourself enough to not do certain spells. You hold a spell or an armor type back or a fighting style away. Yeah, you might take a hit. Yeah, you might even get onto the ground sometimes. But if it's worth it to, in the bigger picture, tell a different story or hide a different part of your story until the time becomes appropriate for you to reveal it, use the mechanics to your advantage. And even talk to your GM about it too, so that they're not necessarily surprised. If you're GM, and as a GM, you can find ways to help them do those things from behind the scenes, even better, right? Just like, you know, how the mechanics of streaming is, I could have been yapping this entire time, and in that time, I could have been completely looking for someone to raid out into, because I've gone into the stream for 5 hours and then it's already 3:30 a.m. Well, guess what, buddy? That's exactly what I was doing. I was stalling the whole time. Who's on? Now, the part of it is, I have been failing to find someone to raid because I fucked up. Because one, I got lost into my own yapping, and two, I wonder who's like it. I mean, it's a little. Sometimes it's this time of night, so sometimes it's also just hard to find. Ooh, Stern IVT. Hello. Who? Well, okay. Ooh. However, you know what? This is a little bit of fun, guys. I've been yapping for like 5 hours. I hope that one, take my, oh god, I really do have to stop. I've been trying to stop saying things like or as, or right, things that are become filler words. And in trying to stop myself from using filler words, I ended up just doing completely other filler words. I become so aware of it, I hate it. Because tonight it's just been, I don't want to overly list things, but at the same time, I keep listing things. So I say things like, okay, one, you can do this. Two, you can do that. Three, and I never get past one. Oh man. But okay, I do know who we're going to raid out to tonight. They are right now, in the spirit of yapping. I'm going to raid out to their name is Sarnai VT, and they're currently playing the Big Walk. Not even the Big Walk, just Big Walk. It is. Let me put it up. I hope I'm saying the name right. Okay, yeah. So it is just like D&D. It is a party game where they have to, I think, at most with the work. Oh, that was a shout out. Shout out. Oops. That was a shout out, not a raid. Here we go. The raid message. I There are definitely parts of this that I definitely missed, right? So hopefully I can get my thoughts more collected to tackle this subject a little bit more, right? But until then, I hope you guys enjoy. If I mean, again, I don't even know. Like I've just been yapping. I don't know if you guys could have been just hearing my voice the entire time and just one ear and out the other. Totally fine. If you guys had enjoyed it, which I hope you do, and I hope you did. Well, then I'm glad that you did. If you did, if you fell asleep to me, totally worked perfectly. Just kidding. But yeah, those are the raid messages. If you wish to come with me to the raid and say hi, you're more than welcome to. However, if you have to head out, I totally understand. Guys, again, thank you for coming with me to Ales at the Yapping Porthole. And thank you everybody who had raided and even the new followers. I hope you guys enjoy the emotes, enjoy the booty. Outside of that, I hope you have a great night and you stay juicy, alright? Well, bye. I'm gonna let the music play out. Oh boy.